Chapter 205. Rongzhen picked up the piece of paper and took a closer look before frowning. She wasn't familiar with the terrain of the forest outside the imperial city, so she didn't know where the location was. However, it seemed rather remote. She pondered for a moment before looking at Chu Luiyue and scoffing. Don't think that this matter is over. After the Qingjiao competition ends, you will personally bring me there. Rongzhen wasn't stupid. She believed Chu Luiyue's random drawing of a location for her. Who knew if she was telling the truth? Chu Luiyue rubbed her wrist and looked calm. Whatever you say, fourth princess. Rongzhen saw that Rongzhen didn't seem to be lying. Furthermore, she agreed to go with her, so she believed her a little. She glanced at the man in black beside her. Let's go. With that, the two of them left together. Chu Luiyue turned around and saw a blurry figure disappearing into the night. If she didn't sense wrongly, the man in black used his own strength to conceal the two of them. No wonder he dared to barge into the academy so boldly. Chu Luiyue's gaze darkened. That person's ability was at least an intermediate stage 5 warrior. There were very few people in country Yaoqin who had such ability. Rongzhen could mobilize people. A few suspicious names surfaced in her mind, but she couldn't confirm them because she didn't see that person's appearance or figure. I should find some time to investigate. What happened that night didn't attract anyone's attention. The next morning, Chu Luiyue and the others headed to Jianan Square as usual. Compared to the previous day, there were more people in the square, and the atmosphere was more lively. The later the competition, the more exciting it was, so there were naturally more people who wanted to watch. Chu Luiyue attracted a lot of attention the moment she arrived. Countless gazes landed on her. She could vaguely hear many people discussing the battle between her and Lei Mingwei yesterday. Mu Hongyu nudged Chu Luiyue with her elbow. Lu Yu, you've become famous in one battle. Now, even people from Huaicang and Xingluo have heard of your name, let alone the imperial city. A stage 1 warrior defeating a stage 4 warrior. Such a battle record was enough to make people gasp in awe. Chu Luiyue was very calm. The competition just started. The rest of the match is up. That's right. Almost half of the contestants have been eliminated yesterday. Today, the contestants who had won yesterday would definitely be drawn. Yesterday's match wasn't satisfying at all. Hopefully, I can meet someone interesting today. Mu Hongyu had picked a third-stage warrior from Tai Yan Academy yesterday. She had won without much effort, so she was itching for a fight. Chu Luiyue smiled. Now that you're a rank 4 warrior, your horizons are naturally different. Mu Hongyu giggled. Don't I have to thank you? If you didn't lend me those 40 hours, I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Hongyu. The competition is about to start. Come quickly. Tsinhu, who was seated not far away, waved at Mu Hongyu. Mu Hongyu replied, then, I'll get going first. Chu Luiyue nodded and walked in another direction. She was sitting in the Xian master's seat now, so she naturally didn't sit with them. As Chu Luiyue walked, many people greeted her warmly. After yesterday's battle, Chu Luiyue was in the limelight in the academy. Many people changed their views of her and became closer to her. Chu Luiyue greeted them one by one before sitting down. But she still felt a little strange in her heart. In the past, she was the heavenly princess and had a distinguished status. Even the other princesses and princes were especially respectful to her, let alone others. At first, she felt that everyone was not close to her and was a little disappointed. However, she gradually understood many things and didn't force it. She felt that the current situation was a little strange, but she didn't hate it. She even felt a little happy. She could feel that these people really admired her, which was why they were treating her like this. It seemed that the Qingjiao competition was indeed an extremely important event to them. She looked around. Tianlu Academy's morale was high, and Nanfeng Academy looked like they were full of fighting spirit. On the other hand, Taiyan Academy's dispirited atmosphere from the previous day had unexpectedly disappeared. Although they weren't as ostentatious as before, they seemed to have reinvigorated themselves. The competition continued very quickly. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Chu Luiyue looked over and realized that it was because someone from Nanfeng Academy stood up. It was a scholarly young man with a slender figure and an elegant aura. That person was Nanfeng Academy's representative, Jiang Yuan. It's actually Jiang Yuan. He was ranked 10th in the warrior competition last year. I'm afraid he's even stronger this year. I heard that he was only a stage 3 warrior last year, but his actual combat power was comparable to a stage 4 warrior. This year, he became a beginner stage 4 warrior. We can't underestimate him. Do you still remember the situation back then? This Jiang Yuan looked refined and polite, but once he entered the arena, it was as if he had turned into a completely different person. If we go up against him. I heard that he's aiming for first place. I really don't know who's so unlucky to go up against him now. Hearing the discussions around her, Chu Luiyue gradually understood what was going on. No wonder everyone had such a reaction. Jiang Yuan was the person with the highest ranking since the start of the Qingjiao competition. Even Lei Mingwei, who was an intermediate stage 4 warrior, was ranked lower than him. This showed how powerful Jiang Yuan was. If they went up against him now, they would most likely be eliminated. Jiang Yuan calmly walked to the box, took out a paper ball, and opened it. When he saw the name on it, he was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled, opened the paper ball, and looked at Tianlu Academy. Looks like my luck is really good. I actually drew the biggest dark horse this year. Once he said that, everyone understood who he was talking about. Chu Luiyue looked over and indeed saw her name clearly written on the paper ball. Her lips curled up as she stood up. She should say that her luck was good. She drew Lei Mingwei, who was an intermediate stage 4 warrior. When the other person drew her, it was also an unpredictable strong warrior. When everyone saw the confrontation between the two of them, they were shocked and then excited. They never expected that the dark horse last year and this year's dark horse would meet so quickly. Both of them had abilities that exceeded their own levels. If they really fought, they really didn't know what the situation would be like. Jiang Yuan smiled. Please, Chu Luiyue's lips curled up. Then, please enlighten me. Digression, after the backend merged and upgraded, Xiao Xiang's update would be delayed and could not display digressions. It was not known if it could be fixed today. Therefore, it will continue to be updated in February. As for when it will be displayed, it will depend on God's will. Crying, mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 206. The two of them went on stage and faced each other. Everyone stared at the scene nervously and excitedly. Even though Jiang Yuan is only a stage 4 warrior now, he's definitely stronger than Lei Mingwei. I think Chu Luiyue is doomed this time. I think so too. Even though she's strong, Jiang Yuan is also a tough nut to crack. I'm afraid that the dark horse of this year's Qingjiao competition will come to an end. What a pity. I originally wanted to watch her compete a few more times. I thought that she could get a good ranking this year, but it's most likely impossible now. I heard that she used to be a good-for-nothing and only became famous in the past few months. Thinking about it, her cultivation speed is terrifying. The crowd discussed fervently. An inexplicable frustration flashed across Situ Xingchen's heart as she listened. Ever since she saw the dagger yesterday, she paid extra attention to Chu Luiyue. Now that she was going on stage again, she naturally paid close attention to her. Situ Xingchen had never heard of this name before, but when she went back yesterday, she secretly asked around. This Chu Luiyue is indeed unusual. She could not help but lean closer to Qing Han and ask softly, Mentor, is it possible for someone who was born with a damaged yuan meridian to recover their yuan meridian and embark on the path of cultivation? Qing Han knitted his brows. You're talking about Chu Luiyue. He had also heard some things about Chu Luiyue yesterday, so he immediately guessed it when he heard Situ Xingqian's question. Situ Xingqian nodded lightly. Qing Han stroked his beard. Speaking of which, it's indeed quite impossible. However, there are so many strong people in this world. If someone of that level were to make a move, it might be possible. Situ Xingqian instantly understood what he meant. No matter if it was country Yao Qin, country Huaizang, or country Xing Luo, they were all existences of the same level. And above them, there was an unreachable colossus. Even if she was the eldest princess of country Xing Luo, she was as lowly as an ant in front of those people. But she's just an ordinary daughter of a rich family in country Yao Qin. How can she do this? This was what Situ Xingqian couldn't figure out the most. Chu Liuyue's family background was not bad. However, the Chu family declined and her father was seriously injured, so he could no longer cultivate. In fact, she could no longer be considered a so-called noble lady. With her status, how did she recover her yuan meridian and become a genius? Qing Han pondered for a long time. Perhaps she had other opportunities. Or perhaps, this kind of thing is impossible to say. Situ Xingqian bit her lips. Qing Han saw that there was something wrong with her expression and comforted her. Xingqian, no matter how powerful she is, she doesn't have the qualifications to compete with you. Why do you have to take her to heart? Situ Xingqian forced a smile. Master, don't misunderstand. I'm just curious. Qing Han nodded and did not think too much about it. Situ Xingqian slowly clenched her fists in her sleeves. Lucky chance, her talent aside, what about the dagger? On the stage, Jiang Yuan studied Chu Luiyue curiously. He had watched her and Lei Mingwei's match yesterday very carefully. This woman did indeed possess extraordinary combat strength. Whether it was her movements or her moves, they all showed that she had rich combat experience. Pardon me for asking, but I heard that you only started cultivating a few months ago. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows but did not deny it. That's right. Anyway, the entire imperial city knew about this. Jiang Yuan's gaze changed and became more serious. Who can cultivate to the point where they can go against a stage 4 warrior in just a few months? Chu Luiyue is indeed a worthy opponent. She will definitely become a top warrior in the future. Seeing the change in Jiang Yuan's expression, Chu Luiyue also narrowed her eyes and secretly circulated the force in her body. Her muscles tensed up, and she instantly entered battle mode. Lei Mingwei lost because of his arrogance, but Jiang Yuan was not that easy to deal with. She flipped her wrist and held the dagger in her hand. Jiang Yuan smiled. It seems like Chu Luiyue intends to go all out with me. This is good too. Please. Then, he closed his eyes and opened them again. It was as if he had changed into a different person. The gentle smile on his face faded, and he looked colder. His eyes were as sharp as knives. The next moment, the force around his body surged. Beginner stage 4. Everyone was shocked. Jiang Yuan used his full strength right from the start. Seems like he values Chu Luiyue a lot. He doesn't dare to be careless. Actually, this is normal. Everyone saw Chu Liuyue's strength yesterday. If Jiang Yuan still dares to be arrogant, he will be at a disadvantage like Lei Mingwei. Chu Liuyue is a stage 1 warrior who can continuously challenge 2 stage 4 warriors, win against one, and make the other go all out. Even if she loses this match, Chu Liuyue's reputation will still soar after the Qingjiao competition. Jiang Yuan formed a circle with his hands in front of him, and a ball of light green force gradually gathered. A faint pressure spread out from it. Chu Luiyue stared at Jiang Yuan and became more alert. The force in her body circulated quickly. The next moment, she tiptoed and dashed toward Jiang Yuan. The audience was in an uproar. They didn't expect Chu Luiyue to be the first to attack. She knew she was weaker than Jiang Yuan, but she still dared to charge forward. Was she looking for death? In the blink of an eye, Chu Luiyue was only 3 steps away from Jiang Yuan. But at this moment, Jiang Yuan suddenly retreated. He avoided Chu Luiyue. The distance between the two of them increased again. Chu Luiyue's heart sank. What's going on? Why did Jiang Yuan retreat? Is he afraid of Chu Luiyue? The crowd was in an uproar. However, the expressions of Sun Zhongyan and the others, who were watching the battle below, gradually turned grave. Jiang Yuan is indeed cautious. He knows that Lu Yu is good at close combat, so he chose to avoid him. Actually, with his strength, he would have the upper hand even if the two of them were to engage in close combat. But he didn't want to take the risk. He was determined to defeat Chu Luiyue with long-range attacks. Chu Luiyue's biggest weakness was that he couldn't direct his force outward. From the very beginning, he had been adamant on this point. He's determined to win this match. Chu Luiyue knew what Jiang Yuan was planning when he saw him retreat. He was strong and cautious. Such an opponent was indeed difficult to deal with. Moreover, there was a huge gap between the two of them. Chu Luiyue thought quickly and chased after him again. Jiang Yuan retreated again. Chu Luiyue quickly realized that Jiang Yuan's speed was about the same as his. It was obvious that he couldn't rely on his speed to get close to Jiang Yuan. Thinking of this, Chu Luiyue stopped and gripped the dagger in his hand. At this moment, a giant green ice ball had formed in front of Jiang Yuan. A chilling aura was emitted from it. Ghost Eye Heavenly Ice. With this shout, the green ice ball flew towards Chu Luiyue. Wherever it passed, a thin layer of frost condensed on the ground. The biting cold air rushed towards Jiang Yuan. Digression, the new platform is making me depressed. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 207. Chu Luiyue retreated quickly and threw the dagger in her hand. Chi! The sharp dagger pierced the ice ball. Ice shards flew everywhere. However, the power of the ice ball was extremely strong, and the dagger was only able to pierce half of it before it stopped. It was stuck in the ice ball, unable to move forward or backward. Moreover, the ice ball only stopped for a moment before it came for Chu Luiyue again. Her attack against Jiang Yuan's was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Chu Luiyue retreated again. However, the ice ball was also very fast and kept coming. Everyone had different expressions when they saw the situation. Sun Zhongyan shook his head. Jiang Yuan is indeed very strong and smart. Lu Yu doesn't have any advantage in this match. I'm afraid he was going to lose. The others looked at each other. Elder son, you don't have to worry too much. Even if he loses, Lu Yu's ability is obvious to all. Yeah, she's just a rank 1 warrior. It's already very rare for her to be able to fight above her level. Sun Zhongyan pondered for a moment and didn't say anything, but his eyes were still fixed on the arena. Did Elder Sun think that Chu Luiyue still had a chance of winning? The people behind him exchanged glances, feeling a little helpless. Even if Chu Luiyue was very talented, it was impossible for him to win against Jiang Yuan with his current ability, right? Why did Elder Sun have such high expectations for Chu Luiyue? Chu Luiyue dodged quickly, but the ice ball kept coming closer. The distance between the two was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the ground, the frost created by the ice ball reflected a piercing cold light under the sunlight. It was a frightening sight. Over at Nan Fong Academy, everyone had a confident smile on their faces. This ghost eye heavenly eyes is the first skill that Jiang Yuan learned after he became a rank 4 warrior. It's also one of his most powerful trump cards. Now that he's using this skill right from the start, Chu Luiyue won't lose out. Yeah. Jiang Yuan is usually humble and gentle, but he's very decisive in the arena. He's definitely going to win this match. However, Chu Luiyue's dagger is pretty good. It actually pierced the ice ball. You have to know that when I sparred with Jiang Yuan earlier, I used the red tasseled spear made of refined iron. Even with my full strength, it only left a shallow scratch on the ice ball. That thing is a treasure. How else do you think Lei Mingwei lost yesterday? With that dagger, Chu Luiyue's combat ability. Now that the dagger is stuck in the ice ball, she is empty-handed and can't use her origin power. She is no match for Jiang Yuan. Look, Chu Luiyue is about to be caught by the ice ball. This competition should end very soon. Wait. Wait, what is Chu? The students who were teasing each other, they looked shocked, they looked. In the arena, the ice ball quickly closed in. It was only an arm's length away from Chu Luiyue's back. Once the ice ball hit, Chu Luiyue would definitely lose. Everyone thought they could see the result of the match. But just as they thought that Chu Luiyue was about to lose, she suddenly turned around and jumped onto the ice ball like a swallow. Is she crazy? The ghost eye sky ice is an extremely cold energy. Not only did she not dodge it, she jumped onto it. Does she think she can dodge it just like that? The energy in the ice ball is enough to make her suffer. The moment Chu Luiyue stepped onto the ice ball, she felt an extremely cold energy coming from the ice ball. It spread from her feet to her entire body. In the blink of an eye, her boots were covered with a thin layer of frost. If she didn't leave, she would definitely be frozen on the ice ball. Chu Luiyue quickly bent down and reached out her hand to grab the dagger that was stuck on the ice ball. Seeing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Chu Luiyue wants to take that dagger. Are you kidding me? Is this the time to care about such things? She probably won't have any moves to deal with Jiang Yuan once she leaves the dagger. But the dagger is stuck in the ice ball, and the cold energy has already frozen it. Chu Luiyue can't take it out at all. She'll only lose faster if she does this, right? When Qing Han saw this, he couldn't help but chuckle. She's indeed stupid. She actually wants to use a dagger to turn the tables. Siti Xingqian clenched her fists tightly and watched the situation in the arena without blinking. Others might think that Chu Luiyue was dreaming, but she didn't think so. It's a dagger. Chu Luiyue naturally didn't know about the noises and reactions from the outside world. At this moment, all her attention was placed on the dagger. The handle of the dagger was already covered with a layer of frost, and her hand was stuck to it the moment she touched it. The extreme coldness crazily spread from her palm to her entire body. Chu Luiyue's lips rapidly turned purplish, and her face was ghastly pale. She looked very scary, but her hand still tightly held onto the handle of the dagger. Then, a surge of red origin power surged out. It rapidly poured into the dagger. Then, she forcefully stepped on the ice ball and used the rebounding force to jump down. Kacha! A crisp sound could be heard instantly. The onlookers were all stunned. That sound was, the ice ball cracked. Someone suddenly exclaimed in shock. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone's gaze quickly gathered on the ice ball. As expected, a crack suddenly appeared at the spot where the dagger pierced the ice ball. As the ice ball was emerald green, many people didn't notice it immediately. But upon closer inspection, there was indeed a black crack around the dagger. No! There were countless cracks. Following the terrifying cracking sound, the crowd could clearly see that on the ice ball, with Chu Liuyue's dagger as the center. Numerous cracks were madly spreading. In an instant, they were all over the ice ball. It was as if it was covered with a layer of black spider webs. When Chu Liyue jumped onto the ice ball and held onto the dagger, Jiang Yuan already felt that something was wrong. He wanted to go forward, but it was already too late. Chu Liyue's movements were extremely fast, and her strength was extremely strong. She knew that her force couldn't be directed outwards, so she purposely waited for the ice ball to hit her, and quickly poured her force into the dagger. She jumped down again, and with the help of gravity, she forcefully pulled the dagger out. It worked. Countless cracks appeared, and the dagger finally loosened. Chu Liyue didn't hesitate to stab the dagger even deeper. Boom! The power contained in the dagger instantly exploded. The gigantic ice ball also exploded along with it. Fine and sharp ice shards scattered in all directions. The terrifying impact threw Chu Liyue out. Her body flew out uncontrollably. She landed heavily on the ground. A thick smell of blood permeated between his lips and teeth. Almost at the same time, the ghost-eye heavenly ice shattered. Jiang Yuan's body shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 208. Dead Silence. No one would have thought that the match between Jiang Yuan and Chu Liyue would turn out like this. Chu Liyue had actually withstood Jiang Yuan's full-force attack. It looked like Chu Liyue was about to lose, but in the blink of an eye, the situation had changed. Not only was Chu Liyue not eliminated, she had even injured Jiang Yuan. Even though her own situation wasn't good, she relied on her own strength to forcefully drag out the disparity in strength between the two sides into a tie. Even if both sides were injured, Chu Liyue was still the winner. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chu Liyue, who was in extreme pain, slowly stood up. She swallowed the blood in her throat and looked at her palm. Her right hand, which was holding the dagger, had been frostbitten. Because she had forcefully pulled the dagger out, her palm, which was stuck to the dagger, had been torn apart. It was now a bloody mess. The red, sticky blood slowly froze into ice crystals, which fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Chu Liyue raised her eyes and looked in front of her. Jiang Yuan had just caught his breath. When he met Chu Liyue's gaze, his heart skipped a beat. That pair of bright eyes was now burning with a crazed desire to fight. She was covered in wounds, but she did not seem to care. There was only one thought in her mind. Win. Jiang Yuan's heart was in turmoil. Yesterday, when she fought with Lei Mingwei, he saw it clearly. He had thought that he knew her well enough, but he had underestimated her willpower. When the ghost-eye heavenly ice exploded, Chu Liyue was right beside him. The terrifying impact had sent her flying. Jiang Yuan believed that her injuries would not be any better than his. Her right hand was frostbitten, so she could not use it. But her expression was so calm, as if she did not feel the pain at all. Was this really a 14-year-old girl? Such a valiant will to fight, even he was secretly amazed. Do you want to continue? Jiang Yuan asked as he looked at Chu Liyue's right hand. Chu Liyue's expression did not change. He switched the dagger to his left hand and slowly tightened his grip. Why not? I haven't won yet, so I naturally have to continue. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath. Since that's the case, take this. Before he had even finished speaking, he circulated the origin power around his body. He opened his palm, and the green origin power quickly condensed into a long spear. The tip of the spear was diamond-shaped and extremely sharp. Then, his figure flashed and he charged towards Chu Liyue. Chu Liyue's gaze gradually turned cold, and a trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes. On the Tianlu Academy's side, before they could even heave a sigh of relief, they watched Jiang Yuan make his move. Oh no, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Jiang Yuan was an expert in guns. Then wouldn't Lu Yu be at a disadvantage? Mu Hongyu could not help but murmur. Xinhu's eyes widened. Not necessarily. Lu Yu is so awesome. Mu Hongyu was anxious and worried. But she's already injured. And she can only use her left hand now. That Jiang Yuan is obviously not easy to deal with. Lu Yu is going all out. Xinhu replied with a question. If it were you, would you surrender now? Mu Hongyu took a deep breath. Of course not. Then, Lu Yu would definitely not surrender. Clang! The two of them engaged in close combat. When Jiang Yuan's long spear was about to pierce her, Chu Liuyue's waist flashed, and she actually dodged the attack with her waist. Then, she stabbed her left hand at an extremely strange angle and slashed the long spear. Unexpectedly, the long spear was extremely tough. Chu Liuyue's attack did not break it. The spear bent exaggeratedly and then rebounded with a huge force. Chu Liuyue's wrist trembled, and her hand was pushed away. She staggered backward. Jiang Yuan followed closely behind her. He went straight for Chu Liuyue's left shoulder. Now that her right hand was basically crippled, as long as her left arm could not attack, this match would be over. Chu Liuyue blocked the attack with her dagger. Clang! The sound of weapons clashing was extremely ear-piercing. Chu Liuyue gritted her teeth, raised her arm, and attacked the tip of the spear with her dagger. It scraped the body of the spear. Sparks flew everywhere. Jiang Yuan was shocked. Looking at the speed and strength of her counterattack, Chu Liuyue clearly knew how to use a spear. But she did not show it at all before this. This Chu Liuyue really hid her strength well. I didn't expect you to be so well versed in spear techniques. But today, I must win this match. As Jiang Yuan spoke, he infused the rest of his force into the long spear. King of 10,000 spears. Buzz! The long spear vibrated violently. The next moment, multiple spear shadows appeared around it. Chu Liuyue's heart sank. This was Jiang Yuan's real trump card. She could still deal with the ghost eye heavenly ice earlier, but this time, she was in danger. Because those spear shadows were not illusions. They were all illusions created by Jiang Yuan's force. Most importantly, the force of those shadows was not any weaker than the one in his hand. Go! Jiang Yuan shouted and threw the long spear in his hand. At the same time, the surrounding spear shadows also flew towards Chu Liuyue. In an instant, Chu Liuyue was completely surrounded. Fu Yunshan nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Yuan's strength has indeed improved. Now he can summon 6 spear shadows at the same time. Although he is injured and his strength has decreased, it is still enough to deal with Chu Liuyue. He had always had high hopes for Jiang Yuan, and it seemed that he would not disappoint. Hearing Fu Yunshan's words, everyone from Nanfeng Academy heaved a sigh of relief and looked delighted. Jiang Yuan is only a beginner stage 4, and he can already do this. Chapter 209. Numerous silver rays of light circled around Chu Liuyue. Her eyes were blurred, and the light flickered. Vaguely, there was a strong suppressive aura. Jiang Yuan's spear was blocked and could not move an inch forward. This scene seemed to be still, and it was deeply imprinted in everyone's eyes. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened. Chu Liuyue. She's a Xian master. That's right. There was indeed a rumor that Chu Liuyue had passed all 3 assessments and entered Tianlu Academy. Then, it was normal for her to be a Xian master. However, after the battle with Lei Mingwei yesterday, everyone's attention was focused on her cultivation as a martial artist, so they neglected everything else. Now that he thought about it, Chu Luiyue was clearly sitting in the Xian master section. Jiang Yuan's mind raced, and a terrifying guess gradually formed. Could it be, that's a level 2 Xian formation? Fu Yunshan stared intently at the Xian formation in front of Chu Luiyue and blurted out. She's already a level 2 Xian master? Wasn't Chu Luiyue only 14 years old this year? Moreover, if he remembered correctly, she used to be a loser that everyone despised. It was only a few months ago that she officially embarked on the path of cultivation. How did she break through to become a level 2 Xian master in such a short time? He could not help but look at Sun Zhongyan. However, Sun Zhongyan did not look surprised at all. Instead, there was a hint of relief on his face. It was as if he was saying that this girl had finally made a move. Brother Zhongyan, is Chu Luiyue a level 2 Xian master? Although he was very sure, Fu Yunshan could not help but ask. Sun Zhongyan laughed out loud. Yes. After this girl entered the academy, she cultivated as a Xian master. Fu Yunshan choked and almost cursed out loud. Brother Zhongyan, this isn't very appropriate. If that's the case, Chu Luiyue should be participating in the Xian master competition, right? Sun Zhongyan chuckled. Yes. She signed up for both competitions. Fu Yunshan was speechless. Brother Yunshan, the Qingjiao competition doesn't seem to have a rule that a person can only participate in one battle, right? Sun Zhongyan purposely raised his voice and asked. Fu Yunshan's breath was stuck in his chest, and he was at a loss. There was no such rule in the Qingjiao competition. However, under normal circumstances, a person's energy was limited. Even if they had many talents, they would only register for the competition that they were best at. Now, after these two matches, anyone could see that Chu Luiyue had extraordinary talent as a martial artist. If she focused on cultivation, she would definitely become a top-notch expert in the future. But he didn't expect her to be so outstanding as a mystic cultivator. Fu Yunshan's lips moved, but he didn't say anything. Forget it. Even though a level 2 mystic master was powerful, Jiang Yuan was a stage 4 warrior. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to deal with him. It would be better to wait for now. Boom! An explosive sound suddenly came from the arena. The profound formation in front of Chu Luiyue had suddenly shattered like ice and scattered in all directions. The streaks of light instantly turned into inch-long icicles that were as thick as a thumb and shot towards Jiang Yuan. Ice cone formation. Chi chi chi. At a rough glance, there were more than 100 icicles. They carried a sharp aura as they pierced through the shadows of the spears. The originally sturdy spears shattered one after another. In an instant, they were right in front of Jiang Yuan's face. Jiang Yuan's hair and clothes were blown up by the cold wind. Sensing the dangerous aura from the icicles, Jiang Yuan knew that something was wrong. He immediately wanted to retreat. However, the icicles seemed to have eyes as they quickly closed in on him. Chi! An icicle narrowly flew over his head. Cut off a strand of hair. Jiang Yuan's blood instantly froze and dropped to the freezing point. If he had missed by a little bit more, chi. Just as he dodged that attack, more icicles came after him, covering the sky and earth. Jiang Yuan used all his force to block and dodge, but there were still many wounds on his body. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood, and he was in a sorry state. He was shocked. Chu Luiyue was using a level 2 mystic formation, but the energy it contained was not any weaker than a level 3 one. When he dodged the last icicle, Jiang Yuan was already gasping for air. He almost collapsed from exhaustion. However, before he could heave a sigh of relief, he looked up and saw that Chu Luiyue had disappeared from the spot. His heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to move, a cold wind came from behind him. A sharp pain came from the back of his heart. He froze, not daring to move an inch. Admit defeat, or continue. A cold voice came from behind him, sounding nonchalant. However, Jiang Yuan's heart tightened into a ball. His lips were tightly pursed, and his throat seemed to be blocked. Chu Luiyue asked softly as the dagger in his hand moved forward a little more. Dark red blood seeped out from Jiang Yuan's back like blooming red plum blossoms. Jiang Yuan closed his eyes tightly and clenched his fists. After a while, he released them weakly. I admit defeat. His voice was not loud, but it could still be heard clearly in the quiet square. When Chu Luiyue used the mystic formation, the crowd could not keep up with her. When she counterattacked and forced Jiang Yuan to retreat, it attracted everyone's attention and made them all keep quiet. At this moment, Jiang Yuan's words were clear and irrefutable. He admitted defeat. The final winner of this match was Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue nodded in satisfaction and quickly put away the dagger. Jiang Yuan felt that the threat was gone, but he did not feel relieved. Instead, he felt even heavier. He slowly turned around and looked at Chu Luiyue with a complicated expression. Chu Luiyue smiled and clasped his fist. Thank you for letting me win. Jiang Yuan smiled bitterly. He did not let her win at all. He had lost completely. Seeing that Chu Luiyue was about to leave, he could not help but say, I have a question. Chu Luiyue looked back at him in confusion. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a while, but still said, You seem to be more talented as a mystic master, right? Then why did you participate in the warrior competition? He did not know why he had such a guess, but he had a strong intuition. Chu Luiyue was already very talented as a warrior. If she was better as a mystic master, then, Chu Luiyue's lips curved up slightly. Because I have nothing better to do. Digression, I don't know if this chapter can be updated at the same time, and I don't know if everyone can see the digression. There are a few points. First, the author's platform has been upgraded since yesterday, and there have been many problems. Many of Xiaoxiang's author's updates have been delayed by several hours. I updated 3 chapters at 5:53 p.m. yesterday, and QQ Bookstore updated immediately, but Xiaoxiang only updated it at 8:30 p.m. So it is not that February did not keep her promise, but that the system has a problem. Please understand. Second, Xiaoxiang's digression has been delayed, but it is gradually being restored. Third, I will try to update all 5 chapters at once in the future to avoid similar problems. Love mobile users, please browse and enjoy a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 210. Arrogant. That was the first thought that flashed through Jiang Yuan's mind when he heard Chu Luiyue's reply. So many people might not even be able to qualify for the Qingjiao competition. Even if they did, they might not be able to achieve good results. However, Chu Luiyue was so relaxed. She participated in both the martial artist and Xian master competitions because she was free. Of course, Jiang Yuan knew that Chu Luiyue had other motives, but she had the right to say that. Regardless of whether she was a martial artist or a Xian master, she was shockingly talented. I'm willing to accept my loss. Today, I admit defeat. After thinking it through, Jiang Yuan did not care so much anymore. He regained his gentle and scholarly smile, and his tone was very sincere. Chu Luiyue had a whole new level of respect for him. Losing to someone with a lower cultivation level was not something to be proud of. She had given him some face just now, but she did not expect him to take the initiative to admit defeat. It seemed like he was being honest and upright. Chu Luiyue's smile deepened. She nodded and turned to leave. Jiang Yuan looked at her back and sighed softly in his heart before walking off the stage as well. There was no need to mention Tianlu Academy. There was another round of enthusiastic celebration. They were even more excited than when Chu Luiyue won the first round yesterday. They had all seen Jiang Yuan's ability clearly. He was definitely stronger than Lei Mingwei, but Chu Luiyue still won. How could they not be happy and proud? This time, Chu Luiyue had brought honor to the entire Tianlu Academy. While they were cheering and celebrating, Nanfeng Academy's side had sunk into an awkward silence. Jiang Yuan walked to Fu Yunshan and bowed apologetically. "Dean, I'm sorry to disappoint you." Fu Yunshan looked at him for a long while. "Did you use your full strength in the competition just now?" Jiang Yuan laughed bitterly. "Dean, can't you tell whether I used my full strength or not?" Fu Yunshan felt suffocated. He couldn't move up or down, and he felt very uncomfortable. Of course, he could tell that Jiang Yuan did not hold back at all. In fact, he had been very cautious from the very beginning, and had not been careless or careless. Because of this, he could not accept the fact that Jiang Yuan had lost to Chu Luiyue. Seeing his stiff expression, Jiang Yuan immediately guessed what was on his mind. He paused for a moment, then said, "Dean, Chu Luiyue's talent and strength are much stronger than we thought. She would be the biggest variable in this year's Qing Jiao competition." Fu Yunshan's eyes darkened. Oh. Jiang Yuan was an intelligent and rational person. Since he had such a high opinion of Chu Luiyue, then, forget it, you can go and rest first. Yes. Jiang Yuan walked back to his seat with a calm expression, as if he did not notice the gazes around him. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, "Jiang Yuan, you are already at the early stage of the fourth stage. How could you lose to Chu Luiyue?" Jiang Yuan chuckled. "Lei Mingwei is at the middle stage of the fourth stage. Didn't he still lose?" Everyone looked at each other. "But you're even stronger than Lei Mingwei. She is just since she could defeat Lei Mingwei yesterday, it proves that she has the ability. Moreover, she is a mystic master. There is nothing strange about her winning against me." As he spoke, he looked at the people around him with a playful expression. "If you have any doubts, you can go and test it out yourself." Those who were still doubtful immediately quietened down. They even looked away, afraid of meeting Jiang Yuan's gaze. They were not stupid. Chu Luiyue had fought twice against fourth-stage powerhouses, but she still won 2 consecutive battles. She was definitely not easy to deal with. They couldn't even defeat Jiang Yuan. If they went up to fight with Chu Luiyue, wouldn't they end up in a worse state? Jiang Yuan ignored them and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, he recalled every scene of his battle with Chu Luiyue. After every battle, he would do this to summarize his battle experience. If he persisted for a long time, it would indeed be beneficial to his cultivation. Seeing that he didn't intend to say anything more, everyone exchanged glances and suppressed the suspicion and curiosity in their hearts. The competition continued, and people were constantly eliminated. Some of the weaker ones were gradually eliminated, leaving behind only the strong ones. Chu Luiyue also observed carefully and paid special attention to the strongest ones. Until the last moment, no one knew who their opponent would be. Therefore, it was a good idea to take this opportunity to learn more about these people's battle characteristics. While Chu Luiyue was looking at the others, many people were also looking at her. After these 2 battles, Chu Luiyue was confirmed to be the biggest dark horse in this year's Qing Jiao competition. Naturally, she attracted a lot of attention. There were tens of thousands of people sitting in the spectator stands. Other than the people from the imperial capital, there were also people from other places and countries who came to watch the Qing Jiao competition. Not everyone knew Chu Luiyue that well. Since yesterday, quite a number of people had started to secretly find out about the various rumors about her. Even her engagement with the crown prince had been dug out, and it had once again become a hot topic of discussion. At this point, Chu Luiyue defeated Jiang Yuan and became the center of attention again. Everyone in the square was talking about it. Chu Luiyue rubbed her glabella. She could clearly hear people calling her name and talking about her from all directions. Some of them were true, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She only treated these rumors as a joke, but some people began to feel uneasy. Are you serious? Chu Luiyue is so pretty and talented. How can someone ask her to break off her marriage agreement? Of course, it's true. And that person isn't anyone else but country Yao Chen's crown prince, Rong Jin. I heard that their marriage agreement was set when they were young, but the crown prince got together with Chu Luiyue's sister and abandoned her. Tisk tsk. So that's why. What kind of person is her sister to make the crown prince willingly give up Chu Luiyue for her? What? She's just someone who used despicable means to get to the top. Yes, the one with the veil over there is. She used to be pretty, but she's disfigured now. She doesn't even dare to show her face. What's the crown prince after? Isn't he passing off fish eyes as pearls and doesn't know what's good for him? We don't know either. I only know that after the Qing Jiao competition, the number of people who want to propose marriage to Chu Luiyue will probably break through her family's doorstep. Perhaps many people from country Yao Qin, country Huaizang, and country Xing Luo will also want to marry her. Rong Jin placed his hands on his knees, and his face was expressionless. Ever since Chu Luiyue's Yuan Meridian recovered and she entered Tianlu Academy, he had heard such words countless times. The current her was like a pearl that was covered in dust, gradually emitting a bright and dazzling light. In the past, he was bewitched, so he pushed her far away. But now, since he had seen it clearly, then he had to take back that pearl. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 211. As the competition went on, more and more people were eliminated. Xin Hu won a match yesterday, but this year, he met a strong opponent and lost. After that, Gu Mingfeng was picked again, but he won easily as he was a stage 4 warrior. Soon, it was Mu Hongyu's turn to fight again. Her opponent was a girl from Tai Yen Academy called Yu Qing. Yu Qing was slender, and her appearance could only be considered delicate. However, her eyes were full of love and made her look even more charming. She looked like a small white flower swaying in the wind. On the other hand, Mu Hongyu was passionate and decisive. She was more like a blooming peony. The two of them stood on the stage, and they were extremely eye-catching. Mu Hongyu looked at Yu Qing and smiled. You're a stage 4 warrior too. That's great. I can finally fight to my heart's content. A look of surprise flashed across Yu Qing's eyes. She did not expect Mu Hongyu to be so straightforward and aggressive. She then revealed a gentle smile. I just broke through, so I might not be your opponent. Let's just have a match. Mu Hongyu found it strange. She had just broken through too. The competition had not even started yet, so why did Yu Qing say that she was not her opponent? The Qing Jiao competition was a competition between the academy and the students. Why did it seem like she did not want to fight? However, Mu Hongyu did not think too much about it when she saw Yu Qing's gentle appearance. Okay. Let's start. After saying that, his figure moved and he took the lead to attack. The two of them immediately engaged in a battle. As they were both stage 4 warriors, their abilities were similar in both close and long range, so there was no need to be so particular. Mu Hongyu had always liked to attack quickly, and today was no exception. Her body had recovered, and she had just broken through. She was full of fighting spirit, so she attacked with all her might. After fighting with her for a while, Yu Qing seemed to be unable to hold on and started to retreat. Seeing this, Mu Hongyu decided to take advantage of the situation and continued to close in on her. Not long after the competition started, Yu Qing was at a disadvantage. She kept retreating and was almost at the edge. Looks like Hong Yu will be able to win this round easily. Although Tsin Hu had been eliminated, he knew that he was weaker than Yu Qing, so he was not too disappointed. Seeing that Mu Hongyu was about to win, he became excited. However, Gu Mingfeng's face did not relax at all. Instead, he frowned slightly. Seeing his expression, Tsin Hu asked in a daze, "What? Is there something wrong?" Gu Mingfeng remained silent and shook his head. "That Yu Qing is strange." "Ha! How is she strange? Why can't I see it?" Tsin Hu was puzzled and couldn't help but turn around to take a look. Under Mu Hongyu's continuous attacks, Yu Qing was completely at a disadvantage. "Yu Qing, Hong Yu Qing, you. This Yu Qing is quite interesting." Looking at the situation on stage, Chu Lua squinted her eyes slightly. Si Yang couldn't help but ask when he heard her words. "What do you mean by that?" You was you, a, you was a you, a, you, 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 you. He was still a stage 2 warrior, so he could not tell what was going on. Chu Lua lifted her chin. "Who do you think will win?" Si Yang said without hesitation, "Mu Hongyu, of course. Anyone can tell, right? Yu Qing can't retaliate at all and is being chased around." Chu Lua smiled, but there was no smile in her eyes. If she can't retaliate, why isn't she injured after being chased around for so long? Not even a strand of her hair is messed up. Ha! Si Yang was stunned. He took a closer look and realized that it was true. He stared at Yu Qing for a while and could not help but say, "Now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case. Yu Qing seems to be at a disadvantage, but she seems to be holding on. She's doing it with ease." Chu Lua tapped her arm lightly. "She's definitely not as weak as she looks." However, he did not know why she did it on purpose. Si Yang looked at Chu Lua speechlessly. Did she just say that a stage 4 warrior looked weak? But she seemed to have the right to say that. Then who do you think will win? Chu Lua paused. Not necessarily. Yu Qing had some tricks up her sleeves, but Mu Hongyu was not to be trifled with. At this moment, there was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Chu Lua looked over and her eyes turned cold instantly. The two people in the arena, one chasing and the other retreating, had unknowingly reached the edge of the arena. Yu Qing took another step back and was about to fall out of the arena, but she suddenly started to counterattack. She slapped towards Mu Hongyu. Mu Hongyu's eyes lit up. "You're finally willing to make a move. Just in time." Of course, she could sense that something was wrong with Yu Qing. She looked down on her deliberate dodging and had been suppressing her anger for a long time. Now that Yu Qing was finally willing to face her head-on, of course she was excited and wanted to beat her to a pulp. She wanted to win this match fair and square. Force gathered in her palm and she quickly slapped it out. Wind-encompassing palm. Force surged around both of them and the strong wind from their palms was about to collide. But at this moment, Yu Qing's palm deviated slightly and actually avoided Mu Hongyu's attack. But this time, she did not retreat. Instead, her palm turned into a claw and directly reached towards Mu Hongyu's collar. Mu Hongyu was shocked. She knew that something was wrong and immediately retreated. But it was too late. Yu Qing, who was not as fast as her, moved extremely quickly. Not only did she narrowly avoid Mu Hongyu's attack, she even grabbed onto her collar. She pulled hard and pulled Mu Hongyu down. At the same time, she turned around with the tip of her foot. In an instant, both of their positions had completely changed. Now, the person standing at the edge of the arena was Mu Hongyu. Mu Hongyu immediately grabbed onto her arm and quickly turned around to take a look. Once she fell down, she would be out of the game immediately. Yu Qing. You're so cunning. Mu Hongyu immediately understood Yu Qing's intention. Since the start of the match, she had been showing weakness and retreating continuously. Only now did she start to counterattack. It was all for the sake of pushing her down at this moment. In this way, she would not need to spend any effort to win the match. Despicable. Mu Hongyu almost exploded in anger when she understood this. Yu Qing blinked her eyes and looked innocent and harmless. Did the competition rules say that I can't do this? It's just a competition. Won't it be fine as long as I win? As she spoke, she suddenly moved closer and lowered her voice. Her eyes were filled with coldness and mockery. Brainless people are destined to fail. You, go down. After she finished speaking, she suddenly exerted force on her wrist and was about to push Mu Hongyu down. However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly sprang out. It was heading straight for her face. Ah! Yu Qing was caught off guard. She was so frightened that she screamed and immediately retreated. Mu Hongyu took advantage of the situation and flipped onto the arena. Tsong, bite her. Digression: the third watch is around 9:30 a.m. and the fourth watch is around 5 o'clock a.m. You can watch it together at 12 o'clock a.m. I did not complete the mission yesterday. I'm repenting. From tomorrow onwards, I'll update if I'm not punctual. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 212. Yu Qing took a few steps back and accidentally fell to the ground. She looked at the black shadow that was rushing towards her in shock. Only then did she see that it was actually a bear cub. It had a light brown mane all over its body, but around its neck, there was a faint gray circle with a faint layer of golden light. 4th grade magical beast, golden mane bear. Yu Qing was shocked. This was Mu Hongyu's magical beast. It was not easy for an ordinary person to hunt a 3rd grade magical beast. Even the royal family might not have a 4th grade magical beast. Not only did Mu Hongyu have one, it was a cub. Cubs were not resistant to humans and were easy to tame. Now it seemed that this golden mane bear cub was very obedient to Mu Hongyu. Just as she was in a daze, Tsong had already pounced over. It bit towards Yu Qing's neck. Magical beasts grew very quickly. When they first found this golden mane bear cub, it was still a soft ball. But in less than a month's time, it had grown a lot, and its claws and teeth had become sharp. The blood of a 4th grade magical beast flowed in the golden mane bear cub's body, and it was born with strong attacking power. Now that he sensed that Mu Hongyu was in danger, he was enraged and naturally charged forward without any regard for his own safety. A mouthful of sharp teeth that had just grown out reflected a ghastly light. Yu Qing's entire body froze. If this bite really landed on her neck, she was afraid that it would be dangerous. She did not think and raised her arm to stop it, intending to fling the golden mane bear cub away. But this time, it did not leave any marks on the golden mane bear cub. It only tilted its body slightly and then bit her arm. No! Ah! Yu Qing saw the golden mane bear cub's action and realized that something was wrong. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The golden mane bear cub had already bitten her arm. The sharp teeth pierced through her flesh. Blood splattered. The intense pain came quickly, and Yu Qing's face turned pale. She instinctively flung the golden mane bear cub away. Rip! Her sleeves had been torn apart, revealing her fair and smooth arm. However, an entire piece of flesh had been torn off from her forearm. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. Yu Qing saw her bloody wound and almost fainted. Her heart was trembling. This kind of wound would definitely leave a scar. The golden mane bear cub was kicked away, and Mu Hongyu quickly went forward to catch it and hugged it. Returning to its familiar embrace, the golden mane bear cub finally spat out the piece of flesh, but it still stared fiercely at Yuqing, ready to pounce again. Yuqing shuddered from its terrifying gaze. Her arrogance and pride, and all that was left was resentment and unwillingness. She hugged her arms as tears quickly gathered in her eyes and fell down like rain. Mu Hongyu, I have no enmity with you. Why are you treating me like this? His pitiful appearance immediately made many people feel sorry for him. However, Mu Hongyu did not fall for her tricks and sneered. In the competition, you have to accept your loss. I will naturally treat you the same way you treated me just now. You're so cunning. How can it be so easy to win against me without using any effort? She touched the ears of the golden maned bear cub and smiled. Is there a rule in the Qing Jiao competition that forbids summoning one's own magical beast? Yuqing choked, and she looked terrible. Mu Hongyu was right. There was indeed no such rule. Sometimes, having a high-leveled and powerful magical beast would even make one the target of envy. So, no one could say that she was wrong to summon the golden maned bear cub. But, her arm. You don't have any more strength to fight. Do you still want to continue? Mu Hongyu looked at her condescendingly. Song Song hasn't played for a while. Why don't you let it play with you? No. No. Yuqing widened her eyes in horror and screamed in rejection. If this continued, who knew what kind of injuries this beast would cause her? What if it bit her face again? Many thoughts flashed through Yuqing's mind. She suppressed the anger in her heart and pretended to be pitiful. I admit defeat. Originally, she was prepared to get a good ranking in the Qing Jiao competition. So, she had made up her mind to reduce the consumption of force in the earlier rounds and save her strength for the end. However, she did not expect Mu Hongyu to appear out of nowhere and cut off her path. If she had known, she would have ended the battle quickly and not given Mu Hongyu any chance. But now, it was too late to say anything. Mu Hongyu scoffed. This woman knew when to back down. She knew that she had no chance of winning, so she just admitted defeat. She felt that her eyes would be dirty if she looked at such a cunning person. Song Song, let's go. With that, Mu Hongyu carried Song Song and turned to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, a gentle but powerful female voice suddenly sounded. Ms. Mu, at the end of the day, this competition is for everyone to learn from each other and improve. Don't you think you went overboard by being so harsh on Yuqing? Mu Hongyu looked in the direction of the voice. Situ Xingchen had stood up at some point in time. Her expression was calm, but her words had a deeper meaning. Her action immediately silenced the entire square. Almost everyone's gaze was focused on her. Mu Hongyu knitted her brows. I went overboard. Are you kidding me? She was the one who played tricks first. I was just retaliating. Can't I do that? Situ Xingchen smiled warmly. Ms. Mu, please don't misunderstand. I'm just stating facts. Yuqing was eager to win just now, so she used a little trick. But it's actually not a big deal. After all, you're not injured, right? On the other hand, she's a girl after all. It's not good for her to have such a scar on her arm. Mu Hongyu felt that it was ridiculous. What does her scar have to do with me? The competition is a competition of strength. Don't tell me that I have to be careful not to hurt her when I make a move. Then, what's the point of the competition? Can't everyone just go back to their own homes now? Mu Hongyu was a straightforward person, and her words were very straightforward. Her words made Situ Xingchen feel awkward. However, Yuqing had always been on good terms with her. If she just let it go now, wouldn't Yuqing be at a disadvantage? Situ Xingchen's smile faded a little. But just now, if Yuqing didn't admit defeat, Ms. Mu seemed to be planning to let that golden maned bear cub take Yuqing's life. I believe everyone clearly saw that you didn't have any intention of stopping her. So, Ms. Mu, you should at least apologize, right? Mu Hongyu was so angry that her face turned red. Why does Situ Xingchen make it sound like it's all my fault? Eldest Princess Situ, your words are biased. Chu Luiyue suddenly stood up and seemingly smiled. Hongyu was eager to win just now, so she summoned her fiend. Even though she didn't stop it, it's not a big deal. After all, Yu Qing admitted defeat, and it didn't cause any more serious consequences, right? The golden mane bear cub is hard to tame. When it saw its owner being attacked, it instinctively wanted to fight for its life, but it had to swallow this anger. I think it's not good for its growth. So, shouldn't Yu Qing apologize to Hongyu and the golden mane bear cub? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 213. Situ Xingchen did not expect someone to speak up for Mu Hongyu. Furthermore, this person was Chu Luiyue. Looking at that peerlessly beautiful face and thinking of that dagger, she faintly felt uncomfortable in her heart. Hence, it was hard for her to feel friendly toward Chu Luiyue. Miss Chu, I was just speaking the truth. I don't have any ill intentions toward Ms. Mu. Chu Luiyue purposely said that because she could not bear to see her friend being bullied. However, Chu Luiyue was not angry at all. What kind of people have I not seen before? Scheming and scheming, I was already sick of it when I became the heavenly princess and held the power of the Tianling dynasty. Now, I really don't want to waste my time on Situ Xingchen's petty thoughts. Eldest Princess Situ, I didn't say that you were wrong. It's just that everyone clearly saw the situation just now. It's not wrong to use schemes in the competition, but summoning a fiend is wrong. Even if Yu Qing has a scar on her body, she can only blame herself for not being as skilled as others. There have been so many competitions, and it's not like no one has gotten injured before. However, this is the first time that the winner is being asked to apologize. Her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. This is the simplest logic and the most fair principle. If Hongyu apologizes because her fiend is too strong, I don't think there's any point in continuing the Qing Jiao competition, right? Her tone was calm, neither too fast nor too slow, but her words were enough to convince people wholeheartedly. Many people whispered to each other and secretly nodded. Chu Luiyue makes sense. This is a competition, and victory and defeat are decided in an instant. What's the point of apologizing? Yeah. Yu Qing's opponent seemed to have accidentally broken her leg yesterday. Shouldn't she apologize too? Don't you know? Situ Xingchen is very close to Yu Qing, so she stood up for her. Heh, even if she's the eldest princess of country Xingluo, she can't put on airs here, right? After saying so much, isn't she just standing up for her own person? I think this Situ Xingchen isn't as perfect as the rumors say. Instead, she can't tell right from wrong. Hearing these discussions, Situ Xingchen could not help but clench her fists in her sleeves. She was a little angry and regretful. When Qing Han saw that his disciple was being put on the spot, he couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up. Xing Chen isn't siding with anyone. I just want to say that even though the Qing Jiao competition is a competition, there should be a limit. This old man feels that there is indeed a need to pay attention to this point. If someone has crooked thoughts and beats someone half to death, then excuses himself by saying that he was careless, then what should we do? Qing Han glanced at Chu Luiyue and snorted coldly. Xing Chen is a kind person. She said this for everyone's sake. She was a celestial physician and had to participate in the competition on the last day. In the end, this martial arts competition had nothing to do with her. She didn't have any selfish motives for sticking her head out like this. Unlike some people who took the opportunity to justify their own ruthlessness. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Isn't he obviously talking about Chu Luiyue? After all, Lei Mingwei, who fought with me the day before, was severely injured. I heard that he was still lying in bed today. Chu Luiyue could not help but clap and cheer. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. It's fine if Qing Han didn't say anything, but the moment he spoke, he directly put the label of ruthless on me. If I injure anyone in the competition after this, won't this label be confirmed? Before Chu Luiyue could speak, Sun Zhongyan laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Brother Qing Han, you really know how to joke. This Qing Jiao competition has been held for so many years, and I always felt that everyone knew the rules. I didn't expect Brother Qing Han to set the rules today. Even though Sun Zhongyan spoke with a smile, everyone could tell that he was not joking. His words were filled with dissatisfaction and even sarcasm. The atmosphere in the venue froze. Everyone subconsciously quietened down and carefully observed the situation. Are Tianlu Academy and Taiyan Academy going to have a public fight? Nobody expected the top figures from the two academies to be at odds with each other just because of Yu Qing and Mu Hongyu's competition. Qing Han also did not expect Sun Zhongyan to speak up for Chu Luiyue. According to his character, he might not speak up even if his disciple was the one who was at a disadvantage. Who exactly is Chu Luiyue? Why does he value her so much? Qing Han originally wanted to give Situ Xingchen a way out and vent his anger from losing the first match yesterday. He did not expect Sun Zhongyan to speak up as well, so he was in a dilemma. However, Sun Zhongyan did not think so much. His own student won, but she still got bullied. How could he be so aggrieved? Upon seeing the tense atmosphere, Mu Hongyu was dazed. Didn't I just win a match? How did it end up like this? Even Yu Qing was frightened and did not dare to say anything, afraid that she would be implicated. However, Chu Luiyue suddenly chuckled. Elder son, even though Hongyu won, she used up a lot of energy in this match. You should let her come back to recover her energy. There are still other matches after this. Besides, Yu Qing is injured, and she hasn't been treated yet. Even if we want to fight, we can't delay her recovery, right? This simple sentence immediately broke the tense atmosphere. Not only did he emphasize that Mu Hongyu was the winner, but he also comforted the injured Yu Qing. At this point, Old Master Sun could take the opportunity to stop pursuing the matter. It would seem that Qing Han and the rest were too impulsive to care about their own students. Qing Han's expression turned even uglier. Hurry up and bring Yu Qing back. What if she's delayed? Why yes. The people below responded and hurriedly went forward to help Yu Qing back. Sun Zhongyan chuckled and did not look as hostile as before. Instead, he was very concerned. Lu Yu is still the most considerate. We can slowly discuss this later. It won't be good if her injuries are delayed. Brother Qing Han, the children's health is more important. What do you think? Qing Han's face turned green. This makes me seem like an inhumane person. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 214. After Yu Qing was sent off, Mu Hongyu also went down the stage happily. She walked to Chu Luiyue and winked at her. Lu Yu is indeed reliable. Not only did she speak up for me, but she even humiliated the people from Taiyan Academy. Chu Luiyue pinched the golden mane bear cub's ears. Rest well. You still have to compete later. Yes. I know. Mu Hongyu responded. Then, she purposely sighed. Tsong, you can't do this in the future. If not, people will say that I'm ruthless. Do you know that? The surrounding people immediately started clamoring. That's right. Hongyu, you have to look after this little thing when you compete later. I was actually quite envious of you for hunting such a golden mane bear cub. Now. You just won a competition, but you were even scolded by others. I'm not envious at all. Mu Hongyu made a funny face. You'll be so envious. If you're so capable, go find a fourth-grade fiend. The crowd roared with laughter. Chenghan's face was green as he harshly waved his sleeves and sat down. Situ Xingchen then realized that she seemed to have brought quite a lot of trouble to her mentor. She could not help but bite her lips and softly said apologetically, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive. Chenghan took a deep breath and furrowed his brows. Xingchen, what's wrong with you? Since yesterday until now, he had been absent-minded. You've always been smart, so why did you do something so stupid? I know that you're close to Yu Qing, but since she lost. Why did you have to argue so much for her? Situ Xingchen guiltily looked down and did not know what to say. Actually, she just couldn't stand Tianlu Academy. No, she couldn't stand Mu Hongyu. Situ Xingchen's heart felt like it was being squeezed, and she felt terrible. Actually, she knew that she was not speaking up for Yu Qing. In the past 2 days, she had seen clearly that Mu Hongyu and Chu Luiyue were on very good terms. Therefore, when she saw Mu Hongyu being so ostentatious, she felt very uncomfortable. That arrogant look was so similar to Chu Luiyue. If Mu Hongyu was proud, wouldn't Chu Luiyue be happy as well? However, such a secret thought could not be said out loud. Seeing that Situ Xingchen couldn't come up with a reason and was extremely apologetic, Chenghan couldn't bear to continue criticizing her. Forget it. You should calm down first. Why don't you stop coming for the next 2 days? Master, said Situ Xingchen immediately. I want to stay here. You just need to participate in the Celestial Physician competition on the last day. The previous competitions have nothing to do with you. You're just wasting your time here. Why are you? I just want to see how strong they are. Master, didn't you always say that you can only win 100 battles if you know yourself and your enemy? Even though I'm a celestial physician, my future opponents might not only be celestial physicians. Chenghan thought for a while and finally nodded. Okay, but you have to promise me that you can't do this again in the future. I'm still waiting for you to get first place in the Celestial Physician competition. Situ Xingchen heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, and her mood improved when she heard the last sentence. Okay. Tianlu Academy's side was still lively. The crowd's topic of discussion gradually shifted from Mu Hongyu to Chu Luiyue. Don't you think that Chu Luiyue was especially handsome just now? He actually made Situ Xingchen speechless. He even forced their director to come out personally. There's nothing wrong with what she said. Our people won this competition, so why do we have to apologize? I think Chu Luiyue is very loyal. Actually, I think that he only dared to refute at the start because he had more courage than the others. However, what he said after that was really impressive. He easily made our elder son step down from the stage, and even embarrassed the other party. This isn't something that can be done if he has the guts. He also needs to have brains. To put it bluntly, Chu Luiyue is not someone to be trifled with since he could escape unscathed after offending the crown prince and the Chu family. The few people sitting beside Rong Jin broke out in cold sweat. These people are too much. Can't they see that the crown prince is sitting here? She had clearly heard every single word that was said. Finally, one of them could not help but turn around and reprimand them. What are you doing? Be quiet. The crowd kept quiet. Oh, I almost forgot that the crown prince, Rong Jin, is still in front. The few people who were the most enthusiastic looked at each other. It's over. Did the crown prince hear everything that was said? He and Chu Luiyue are like fire and water. Isn't this the same as completely offending the crown prince? One of them braced himself and smiled pleasingly. We were just casually saying that. Please don't mind us. We won't talk about it anymore. We won't talk about it anymore. The others hurriedly agreed. Yes, yes, yes. We were just joking. Actually, Chu Luiyue isn't that powerful. Yes, yes. How can he compare to the few of you? You can just treat our words as bullshit. What you said is the truth. Why can't you say it? Rong Jin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. The surrounding people felt as if they had been struck by lightning and thought that they had heard wrongly. Madam, what did the Crown Prince just say? What does he mean? Even the few people who had been following by his side were also confused and unable to make heads or tails of what was going on. In the awkward silence, Rong Jin finally turned around and glanced back. His gaze quickly swept past the few people and landed on Chu Luiyue's face, who was resting with his eyes closed at the back. Others were discussing her passionately, but she was as calm and collected as a mountain. Why didn't I notice it in the past? He slowed down his tone. She is indeed very outstanding. Once he finished speaking, there was dead silence. What does the Crown Prince mean? He's actually praising Chu Luiyue. Did the sun rise from the west? How could he say something like that with his own mouth? Everyone was stunned and did not know how to react. Chu Luiyue, who was regulating her breathing, knitted her brows and suddenly opened her eyes. Si Yang, where can I get my ears picked in the imperial city? Ha! Why are you asking this? Asked Si Yang slowly. Chu Luiyue was expressionless. My ears were dirty just now. Digression, sleeping early and waking up early is good for your health. Mobile users, please browse and read. You can read more from Love Network. Chapter 2:15. Chu Luiyue did not lower her voice when she said this. Not only did Si Yang hear it, but Rong Jin and the rest also heard it clearly. Everyone instantly held their breaths. Chu Luiyue is really bold as usual. She even dares to say such things in front of the Crown Prince. However, to her surprise, Rong Jin only knitted his brows when he heard this, and he didn't flare up. He looked at Chu Luiyue deeply and turned his head away. Everyone was confused. The Crown Prince did not intend to find trouble with Chu Luiyue. Her words were so harsh, but the Crown Prince could tolerate it. Rong Jin could really tolerate it. Since he had already made up his mind to win back Chu Luiyue, this small matter was naturally nothing. Speaking of which, Chu Luiyue had suffered a lot when she was with him in the past. It was normal for her to have some resentment toward him. Didn't this mean that she still cared about him? Thinking of this, Rong Jin did not feel angry at all. Instead, he felt a faint sense of anticipation. He knew that Chu Luiyue had liked him for many years. Back then, he was bewitched by Chu Xianmin and broke off the engagement with her. However, how could his years of love disappear just like that? As long as he lowered his status, Chu Luiyue would definitely come back to him. Now that his father was very dissatisfied with him, he believed that his father would change his opinion if he could win back Chu Luiyue. Although he regretted breaking off the engagement with Chu Luiyue previously, he did not think much of it because of his status and face. However, Chu Luiyue was now very famous and had become a genius that everyone envied. Even if he reconciled with her, it would not be considered degrading his status. The plan now was to find an opportunity to explain his feelings to Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue naturally did not know that Rong Jin had thought so much in such a short time. She just felt disgusted by Rong Jin. This man was ruthless and selfish. At that time, he felt that the original host was a waste and tarnished his noble status as the Crown Prince, so he broke off the engagement with her. Later on, Chu Xianmin was disfigured and no longer had any use for him. Thus, he abandoned her like an old shoe. Being looked at by such a person, she felt her stomach churn. Hey, Lu Yu, why do I feel like there's something wrong with the Crown Prince's attitude toward you?" asked Si Yang softly as he looked at Rong Jin and Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue glanced at him indifferently. Si Yang obediently drew a line across his lips and shut his mouth. Si Ting, who had been memorizing the Xian formation with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and glanced at Rong Jin. Then, he looked down and hid the emotions in his eyes. Actually, he had already stopped reciting, and he could clearly hear the words around him. Rong Jin is narrow-minded, and he's acting so abnormally now. He must have some ulterior motives toward Chu Luiyue. He originally wanted to remind Chu Luiyue to be careful of Rong Jin, but he didn't say it in the end. She's so smart, so she should be able to handle it. I shouldn't think so much. Si Ting took a deep breath and closed his eyes, trying to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind. As time passed, the competition became more and more intense. Before the 3 academies, the number of names in the warriors' box gradually decreased. In the afternoon, Chu Luiyue was picked by a girl from Nanfeng Academy. However, that girl was a stage 3 warrior. Perhaps she knew that she was not Chu Luiyue's match, so she chose to give up. She was the first person to give up since the start of the Qingjiao competition. Before this, nobody would have thought that a stage 3 warrior would give up when she picked a stage 1 warrior. However, this person was Chu Luiyue, so it made sense. She had already defeated 2 stage 4 warriors consecutively, and that was enough to prove her abilities. A stage 3 warrior was really nothing in front of Chu Luiyue. From a certain point of view, giving up was a good choice. After all, Chu Luiyue's attacks were decisive, and her moves were ruthless. What if she accidentally fainted like Lei Mingwei was? Even though the people from Nanfeng Academy felt uncomfortable, they didn't say anything. This was because they knew very well that they might not have the courage to fight with Chu Luiyue if they were in her shoes. Hence, Chu Luiyue advanced to the next round. When the second day of the competition ended, there were only 10 people left in the Qingjiao competition. Sun Zhongyan took out the last few balls of paper from the 3 boxes and read out the names of the 10 people. Among them, there were 3 from Tianlu Academy, 3 from Taiyan Academy, and 4 from Nanfeng Academy. Chu Luiyue was among them. She was also the only freshman among the 10 people. When they heard Chu Luiyue's name, the square was in an uproar. The crowd was shocked, but they also felt that it was reasonable. Even though Chu Luiyue had only competed twice, she was very capable. Nobody doubted her abilities. She indeed had the right to be in the top 10. Sun Zhongyan looked around. Tomorrow's competition will be the final battle between the 10 of them. The top warrior of this year's Qingjiao competition will also be born from these 10 people. When you go back today, please recharge your energy and do your best to come out on top tomorrow. The crowd responded in unison as if they could already imagine how intense tomorrow's competition would be. They couldn't help but feel excited. Chu Luiyue stood up with the crowd and planned to return to the academy. However, she was blocked by someone after taking a few steps. It was Rong Jin. When the surrounding people saw this, they sensibly avoided them. However, their eyes kept looking in their direction, afraid that they would miss something. Chu Xianmin, who was walking in the crowd, also saw this scene. Her heart was in her mouth, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, wanting to hear what they were talking about. Rong Jin looked at Chu Luiyue, and his voice was unprecedentedly gentle. "Luiyue, I want to have a few words with you." Chu Luiyue looked nonchalant. "Your Highness, there shouldn't be anything to talk about with me, right?" Rong Jin didn't care about her attitude and just took it that she was throwing a tantrum. He smiled and said, "It won't take up too much of your time." Chu Luiyue looked up lazily. "Your Highness, my time is precious, and I don't want to waste it on you." Her words were a little harsh. Rong Jin was a little embarrassed. Chu Luiyue then raised her feet and walked around him to leave. Rong Jin hurriedly stood in front of her again and didn't care about anything else. Since that's the case, I'll be direct. After the Qingjiao competition, the osmanthus flowers in Golden Osmanthus Garden have bloomed. Are you here to admire the flowers? Golden Osmanthus Garden was a garden under Rong Jin's name. It was given to him by Emperor Jiawen on his 16th birthday. Countless osmanthus trees were planted in the garden. Every year during this season, the osmanthus flowers would bloom, and their fragrance would fill the entire garden. It was also a famous scenic spot in the imperial city. Chu Luiyue slowly raised his brows. Golden Osmanthus Garden. Isn't that the place where the original me went to the crown prince's birthday banquet but was mocked for her shabby clothes and chased out? What is Rong Jin thinking? How can he have the cheek to invite me to a place that humiliates me? No, Chu Luiyue rejected him directly. Why? Rong Jin was confused. Didn't you like it there in the past? You said that the osmanthus flowers are fragrant, and it's the best place to admire the moon. It's hard for your highness to remember this. But do you still remember what you said back then? Rong Jin's voice suddenly stopped, and his expression turned ugly. You said that Golden Osmanthus Garden means precious. A poor beggar like me doesn't have the right to enter. Chu Luiyue's lips curled up into a smile, but there was no happiness in her eyes. Of course, Rong Jin remembered. At that time, he only felt that Chu Luiyue was lowly. Not to mention stepping into Golden Osmanthus Garden, he felt terrible even if he had to look at it. After that, he never invited Chu Luiyue again. That's all in the past. There's no point in talking about it now. Lu Yu, things are different now. I sincerely invite you. Chu Luiyue enunciated every word clearly. Your Highness, I really don't want to go. How many times do I have to say no before you understand? Rong Jin was embarrassed as if he had been slapped in front of everyone. Your Highness and I have already broken off our engagement. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Not in the past, not now, and definitely not in the future. So, you should find someone else for this kind of thing in the future. Chu Luiyue's gaze lightly swept across Chu Xianmin, who was not far away. After all, there are still many people waiting for you to dote on them. Then, Chu Luiyue did not look at Rong Jin's expression and walked forward. This time, Rong Jin did not stop him. Saying this in front of so many people was already his limit. Now that Chu Luiyue had mercilessly rejected him, it made him even more embarrassed. Chu Xianmin bit her lips tightly and suppressed the jealousy and resentment in her heart with much difficulty. She walked forward and softly persuaded him. Your Highness, let's go back first. Rong Jin glanced at her and saw the veil on her face. He was disgusted. If it weren't for Chu Xianmin's instigation, he and Chu Luiyue would not have ended up like this. He suddenly waved his sleeves and flung Chu Xianmin's hand away. He turned around and strode away without any words of consolation. Chu Xianmin staggered and fell to the ground. Ouch! A sharp pain came from her arm, causing her to unknowingly cry out in pain. When she competed today, she was unlucky and met a stage 4 warrior. Not only did she lose, but she was also injured. When she fell, she happened to graze her wound. The surrounding people looked at her coldly with different expressions. If it were in the past, many people would have immediately stepped forward to help Chu Xianmin when they saw her like this. But now, her looks were disfigured, and she was married to the crown prince as an unfavored concubine. Her parents were even more troublesome. Who would risk offending Chu Luiyue and the crown prince to help Chu Xianmin? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 216. News of the Crown Prince's invitation to Chu Luiyue being rejected spread like wildfire. Everyone had different reactions, and they had different opinions. However, Chu Liuyue's attitude clearly showed that she did not want to give the crown prince face. That's right. She already dared to offend the Chu family and the crown prince when she had nothing. The current Chu Liyue was no longer the useless person she used to be. Rong Jin returned to his residence with a gloomy mood. Song Yuan served him carefully at the side. Your Highness, I've already sent people to block the news of today's incident. The people in the imperial city, block what? Let them spread the news. The wider the news, the better. Rong Jin suppressed his anger and coldly glanced at Song Yuan. Song Yuan was dazed. Your Highness, what do you mean? It's best if all the aristocratic families in the imperial city know about this. Rong Jin's voice was cold. Song Yuan was his confidant, so he quickly guessed his thoughts. You're saying that other people won't have any thoughts about Miss Chu Liyue if they know that you're interested in her? Rong Jin did not say anything, but his expression showed that he agreed. Even though he was not in a good situation now, he was still the crown prince. The people in the imperial city had to take him into consideration. If news of today's incident spread, everyone would know that he was determined to get Chu Liyue. Then, those who knew what was good for them would naturally avoid her. Even though Chu Liyue and Chu Jihu were admitted to Tianlu Academy, not many people came to propose marriage because they had offended the Chu family and Rong Jin. They were all rejected by Chu Ning. After the Qingjiao competition, many people would have thoughts about her. However, as long as Rong Jin made the first move, no one would dare to snatch her from him. Even though Chu Liyue was still unhappy with him, she would definitely return to him after some time. He had plenty of patience. Thinking of this, his expression finally looked better. Song Yuan's eyes turned, and he carefully asked, Your Highness, I'm afraid that person will be unhappy. That person was naturally Chu Xianmin. Chu Xianmin and Chu Liyue had already shed all pretense of cordiality. If the crown prince planned to marry Chu Liyue, Chu Xianmin would definitely find it hard to accept. At that time, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause? Rong Jin rubbed his glabella, and disgust flashed across his eyes. Who does she think she is? Does this consort have to look at her face when doing anything? If she dared to cause trouble, she would be punished according to the rules of the crown prince residence. Song Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly agreed. Yes. Rong Jin then gave some instructions, and Song Yuan agreed to them one by one before coming out. Walking into the courtyard, Song Yuankai finally breathed a sigh of relief and secretly shook his head. Previously, they thought that Chu Xianmin was finally favored, but they did not expect her to fall out of favor before she could do anything. Obviously, the crown prince had no interest in her. It seemed that there was no need to treat him well in the future. Chu Liuyue no one knew what the crown prince was thinking. Why did he want to chase her back? It also seemed like he had to do it. However, recalling the things that Chu Liyue had done during this period of time, Song Yuan could not help but feel worried. She could even turn against the Chu family that had once raised her, let alone the crown prince. Now, His Majesty was very unhappy with the crown prince. Not only did he take back the power that he had previously given the crown prince, but he also placed him under house arrest for a long time. Now that the crown prince had finally gotten rid of his punishment, he wanted to do this again. No one knew how His Majesty would react. Chu Liyue did not take Rong Jin to heart at all. She only felt that he was sick in the head regarding his various actions today. After returning to the academy, she simply tidied up and went to the second floor to cultivate. She sat cross-legged, held her breath, and focused as she quickly absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth force. Time passed bit by bit. The force gathered in Chu Liyue's body became more and more abundant. In her dantian, the water droplet that had been quietly floating all this while started to move. Chu Liyue was elated. Previously, she had already felt that she was about to break through to become a stage 2 warrior, but the water droplet refused to carve the second line. She focused her mind, gathered the force in her body into one, and rushed toward the water droplet. A shallow ripple finally appeared on the calm and smooth surface of the water. Chu Luiyue was very nervous as she controlled her force to rush toward it again. Ripples gradually appeared on the water droplet. Even the first line that was carved on it seemed to have a slight ripple. Chu Luiyue waited nervously. If she could break through, her pressure for tomorrow's competition would be greatly reduced. The most important thing was that she felt that a stage 1 warrior's level was too low. She stared at the water droplet closely. However, after a while, the ripples on it gradually calmed down. Chu Luiyue was dazed on the spot. She took a closer look and indeed saw that the water droplet was as smooth as before. It was very clear that there was still only one line. She did not break through to become a stage 2 warrior. Chu Luiyue stared in disbelief. She had never thought that after living for 2 lifetimes, she would be stuck at this level. Even breaking through to become a stage 2 warrior was so difficult. It was not an exaggeration to say that the heaven and earth force that she had absorbed during this period was enough for an ordinary cultivator to break through to become a stage 4 warrior. Otherwise, she would not have won those 2 competitions. However, this level of cultivation was still unwilling to be raised. She let out a sigh and weakly lay on the bed. The cultivation speed of the Daijing Yuan meridian was very fast. She originally thought that she could quickly increase her strength and return to the Tianling dynasty to take revenge. However, according to her current cultivation speed, she did not know how long she would have to wait for that day. "Tell me, what's wrong with you? Other people cultivate very fast, but it's so slow for me." Chu Luiyue muttered to herself. The water droplet in her dantian was calm like a bottomless pit, silently swallowing the rest of the force. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 217. On the 3rd day of the Qingjiao competition. The sky was clear, and the breeze was warm. On this day, there were even more people in Jianan Square compared to the previous 2 days. After all, it was the day of the finals, so many people were interested in it. Those who could stand out in the Qingjiao competition were usually very outstanding talents. Some aristocratic families also liked to choose young men or young ladies to marry. When Chu Luiyue arrived, she felt a familiar gaze. She turned her head and saw Chu Ning in the crowd. He was sitting in the spectator seats behind Tianlu Academy. He was wearing casual clothes and clearly did not want to attract attention. When he saw Chu Luiyue looking over, he immediately waved happily. Chu Luiyue smiled and walked over. "Father, why are you here today?" "I'm here to see you." Chu Ning looked at his daughter comfortingly. He had not seen her for a few days, but he missed her. "It's a break today. I heard that you made it to the finals, so I came especially." As he watched, he asked. "They said that you defeated 2 stage 4 warriors. Are you injured?" Chu Luiyue saw the worry in his eyes, and her heart warmed. "Father, don't worry. I'm fine." "Aren't I fine? Since you're here today, just stay here and watch. I won't disappoint you." Chu Ning was happy and worried at the same time. "Just do your best. Your health is important. Do you understand? It's your first time participating in the Qingjiao competition. It's already very impressive that you made it to the top 10. You must be careful in the competition. After what happened at Wanling Mountain, his biggest wish now was for you, to be safe and healthy. Nothing else mattered." Chu Luiyue patted his arm. "You knows what to do." Only then did Chu Ning nod. Anyway, he was here today, and he would not let anyone bully you, At this point, he inadvertently looked up and saw Rong Jin. His face turned cold as he asked, did the crown prince harass you yesterday? Chu Luiyue could not help but laugh. Everyone thought that the crown prince had changed his mind about her. Only her own father directly said that she was harassing him. He really was her biological father. He had nothing better to do. I didn't even bother with him. That's good, that's good. Almost overnight, many people knew that Rong Jin had taken the initiative to seek peace with Chu Luiyue. When he heard this, not only was he not happy at all, he even felt disgusted for a long time. How did Rong Jin treat my daughter back then? Now, he actually had the face to do so. We don't care about those things. If the crown prince restrains himself, then so be it. But if he dares to do this again, father will definitely not let him off. Although Chu Ning's voice was low, his expression was very serious. It was better to stay as far away from people like Rong Jin as possible. Chu Luiyue nodded. With father's words, you is at ease. Please sit here for a while. I'll be back after the competition. Chu Ning hurriedly said, Go. Don't delay. Not long after Chu Luiyue took his seat, the competition officially began. The rules of the competition between the last 10 people were very simple. These 10 people would first have a ranking. Those who had participated in the Qingjiao competition would be at the front, and they would be ranked according to their best results. Those who had participated in the Qingjiao competition for the first time would be at the back, and they would be ranked according to their level. The top 3 from last year had all graduated, so they did not participate in this year's Qingjiao competition. Hence, the first person this year was Tai Yan Academy's Situ Ziyue, who had obtained 4th place last year. The second person was Rong Jin, who had obtained 5th place last year. The next few people were also people who had obtained good rankings in the previous Qingjiao competition. Only 2 of the freshmen this year entered the finals. One was Chu Luiyue. The other was Nanfeng Academy's Yichenjia. Yichenjia's level was a Stage 3 warrior. Hence, as a Stage 1 warrior, Chu Luiyue was ranked 10th. The 10 people went up on stage and took their wooden tokens with their rankings from Elder Sunday. Chu Luiyue glanced at his wooden token, and there was indeed a 10 written on it. Sun Zhongyan's gaze swept across the few of them. Now, all of you have your own rankings. In the finals, you will be split into 2 batches. The top 5 and the bottom 5. In the first round, the bottom 5 can choose an opponent from the top 5 and challenge them. If they succeed, their rankings will be swapped. If they fail, they will maintain their previous rankings. When the second round begins, everyone can challenge someone who is of a higher level than them. The competition will continue until no one challenges anyone else and accepts their rankings. Then, the first place will be decided. Chu Luiyue squinted his eyes. The rules were indeed simple, but they were also very cruel. If one wanted to obtain first place, not only did they have to win, but they also had to win continuously. Whether it was physically or mentally, it was an extremely long and torturous process. Lu Yu, you're ranked 10th now. You can choose first. Sun Zhongyan looked at Chu Luiyue, and his gaze was much gentler. Everyone looked over and guessed who Chu Luiyue would choose for the first challenge. Out of the 5, Rong Jin is from Tianlu Academy, just like her. Logically speaking, she shouldn't choose him. However, it's hard to say about the remaining 4. The lowest cultivation level among them is an intermediate Stage 4 warrior. Chu Luiyue might not be their match. I think so too. Even Sang Yang, who's ranked 5th, can't be underestimated. Chu Luiyue probably doesn't have much chance of winning. Not to mention the first few. Zhong Yuanfeng, who's ranked 4th, is also a Xian master. These people have hopes of obtaining first place this year. Chu Luiyue will still be ranked 10th even if she loses to them. It's her first time participating in the Qing Jiao competition. Such results are already praiseworthy. That's true. She's only 14 this year, and her future is limitless. If she waits for another year or two, she might even be able to obtain first place in the Qing Jiao competition. The crowd discussed fervently. Chu Luiyue's gaze swept across the few people in front of her. Finally, her gaze landed on one of them. Her lips curled up into a smile. Tian Lu Academy's Chu Luiyue challenges Tai Yan Academy's City Ziyue. Once she said that, there was dead silence. Chu Luiyue actually chose City Ziyue, who's ranked first. Is she crazy? Mobile users, please browse the internet for a better reading experience. Chapter 2:18. After a short silence, there was an uproar. The entire square was in an uproar. Chu Luiyue actually chose City Ziyue. He's an advanced stage 4 warrior. Could it be that she purposely chose the strongest one because she has no chance of winning? This way, even if she loses, she won't look bad. But if that's the case, she'll lose very badly. Did you forget that Situ Ziyue is Situ Xingchen's brother? Chu Luiyue and Situ Xingchen fell out so badly yesterday. It's hard to say if Situ Ziyue will make things difficult for her. What exactly is she thinking? I think she probably doesn't know who she is anymore after winning 2 matches. This time, she'll definitely fall hard. Situ Ziyue furrowed his brows and looked at the smiling girl in front of him. Are you sure? I'm sure. Lu Yu. Sun Zhongyan could not help but say worriedly. The first round of the competition is very important. Do you really want to challenge him? Actually, from his point of view, Chu Luiyue was indeed not a match for the top 5. If she chose a relatively weaker opponent now, she might still be able to preserve her energy and get a better ranking in the second round. But now that she chose Situ Ziyue, she might not have the energy to fight again after this battle. Chu Luiyue calmly and firmly nodded. I've already chosen. Seeing how determined Chu Luiyue was, Sun Zhongyan knew that it was useless to persuade her, so he could only look at Situ Ziyue. Situ Ziyue, do you accept the challenge? Situ Ziyue smiled. Of course. Very quickly, the remaining few people also chose their opponents. But at this point, no one cared about that. Everyone's attention was on Chu Luiyue and Situ Ziyue's match. The others left the stage one after another, and only the 2 of them were left. Their match was the first one. This Chu Luiyue is really arrogant. She wants to challenge Ziyue the moment she comes up. She really doesn't know her own worth. Qing Han did not hide his disdain and sarcasm. After these 2 days of competition, he couldn't stand Chu Luiyue. Unexpectedly, she actually took the initiative to deliver herself to him. Ziyu is about to break through to the 5th stage. Does she think that she can defeat Ziyu after defeating Lei Mingwei and Jiang Yuan? How laughable. Xingchen, Ziyue has always doted on you the most. Today, he will definitely avenge you. Situ Xingchen listened by the side and felt a little relieved. However, she knitted her brows slightly as if she was worried. Big brother has always been stubborn. It won't be good if he uses too much force. Chu Luiyue asked for it. She definitely knows about the relationship between you and Ziyu. She also knows about Ziyu's strength, but she still wants to challenge him. Even if she ends up half dead, she can't blame anyone. Such an arrogant person had to suffer some hardships. Situ Xingchen pursed her lips. The people behind him couldn't help but ask. Xingchen, you're too kind. He was still thinking about her at a time like this. When she said that to you yesterday, did she think about you? Exactly. People like her have to be taught a lesson. She might not appreciate your kindness. Situ Xingchen smiled warmly. I didn't think so much. I just heard that Chu Luiyue had an incomplete yuan meridian in the past, and it wasn't easy for her to cultivate. It won't be good if Big Brother uses too much force. I'll just believe in Big Brother. In the arena, Chu Luiyue and Situ Ziyue faced each other from afar. Your courage is commendable. If you had chosen someone else, you might have gotten a better ranking. It's a pity that you chose me. This time, your Qing Jiao competition will end here. Situ Ziyue's tone was calm as if he was just stating a fact. In actual fact, his abilities did give him the right to say this. Chu Luiyue held the dagger in his hand. It's not too late to say these words after you win against me. Then, he attacked first. He went straight for Situ Ziyue. Situ Ziyue sneered in his heart. Hearing this, Chu Luiyue actually thinks that he can win against me. There's a huge difference between an intermediate stage 4 warrior and a peak stage 4 warrior. Besides, I'm only an inch away from a stage 5 warrior now. Seeing Chu Luiyue rushing toward him, he quickly circulated his force, but he didn't dodge. In the blink of an eye, Chu Luiyue was already in front of him. He waved his arm, and the dagger directly pierced Situ Ziyue's chest. The crowd was in an uproar. Chu Luiyue's gaze turned cold. There wasn't a single trace of blood on Situ Ziyue's body. This is just his afterimage. She quickly turned around. Situ Ziyue is indeed behind me. Your reaction isn't slow. It's a pity that it's useless. Situ Ziyue said calmly. The crowd then saw that the Situ Ziyue that Chu Luiyue had stabbed was gradually disappearing. I didn't expect Situ Ziyue's lightning flash footwork to reach such a level. His afterimage can almost be passed off as the real thing. I remember last year, his afterimage was just a blurry silhouette that wouldn't last long before disappearing. But now, he can actually last for such a long time. No matter how fast Chu Luiyue is, compared to Situ Ziyue, he's still too far away. This is completely a one-sided suppression. I just don't know how Situ Ziyue plans to fight this match. If he's willing to end it quickly, it's fine. If he wants to teach Chu Luiyue a lesson, then. Chu Luiyue's gaze turned slightly and landed on Situ Ziyue's feet. When he moved, blue lightning would faintly appear under his feet. No wonder his speed was so fast. It seemed like this method wouldn't work. Since you've already made your move, then it's my turn now. Situ Ziyue said as he folded his hands in front of him. The icy blue force gathered and finally condensed on his right index finger. At first glance, that finger seemed to be burning with a ball of blue flame. Immediately, he stretched his hand forward and lightly tapped. Boom! A huge blue flame formed a finger and pressed towards Chu Luiyue. Ice flame finger. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Chu Luiyue, making him unable to move. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 219. With this finger, Chu Luiyue would be severely injured even if she didn't die. Chu Luiyue stared at the blue finger that was approaching her. She was very clear that the gap between the two of them was too big. Any small tricks or schemes would be useless at this moment. Therefore, she had to do her best. If she wanted to win, then, she flipped her wrist and took out 2 items from her chinquan bag. At this moment, the finger was already in front of her. She was about to be completely crushed. The outside of the arena was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on this place. Chu Ning stood up abruptly and was extremely anxious. If Situ Ziyue dared to kill you, he would stop him no matter what. Sun Zhongyan was also frowning. He planned to make a move at any time. It didn't matter if Chu Luiyue lost this round. However, if there were any serious sequelae, the loss would outweigh the gain. Moreover, if something happened to Chu Luiyue, how would he explain it to his martial uncle? Voila! The burning flame on the giant finger suddenly flew out rapidly and completely surrounded Chu Luiyue. Exclamations came from the crowd. It's over. Chu Luiyue will lose for sure. How is it just losing for sure? That ice flame finger is one of Situ Ziyue's trump cards. It's extremely powerful. I heard that there was once someone who wanted to assassinate him but was killed by Situ Ziyue in the end. I'm afraid Chu Luiyue won't be able to withstand this flame. If she admits defeat now, she might suffer less. God! What is Situ Ziyue trying to do? In the arena, Situ Ziyue was crazily pouring his force into the ice flame finger. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The flames, which were already surging fiercely, suddenly surged up. Chu Luiyue's figure completely disappeared. Under the ice flame finger, a clear indentation had already appeared on the white jade floor. The ground around the flame that surrounded Chu Luiyue was directly charred black. Was he trying to kill Chu Luiyue? Sun Zhongyan suddenly stood up. Situ Ziyu. Are you trying to kill me on the spot? Before Situ Ziyu could say anything, Qing Han had already spoken. Brother Qing Han, why are you in such a hurry? Chu Luiyue had the wooden token of the Qing Jiao competition on him. If something really happened, the wooden token would automatically crack open as a warning. But now, wasn't he still fine? Why are you so worried? Sun Zhongyan was so angry that his face turned pale. Of course, he knew that Chu Luiyue was still alive. But if he waited until the wooden tablet cracked, it would be too late. That girl was his martial uncle's only disciple after so many years. She was also a genius that he thought highly of. If she died just like that, he would definitely not let the matter rest. Qing Han. You have to think carefully. If something happens to her, you won't be able to afford it. Qing Han did not think so. Instead, he laughed and said, "Didn't Brother Zhong Yan say yesterday that the children had a sense of propriety? I watched Ziyue grow up. He has always been steady and would never do anything overboard." Sun Zhongyan knew that Qing Han was just being unreasonable. He could not be bothered with him and decided to charge forward. Qing Han also stood up with a cold expression on his face. "Brother Zhongyan, are you going to break the rules first?" Sun Zhongyan did not say anything and was about to make a move. Chu Luiyue was enveloped in that ball of fire, and there was no movement at all. He was afraid that something bad was going to happen. On the other side, Chu Ning had already jumped down from her seat and rushed toward the arena. However, at that moment, the situation on the arena suddenly changed. With Chu Luiyue as the center, several silver streams of light suddenly appeared. Buzz! A strange buzzing sound could be heard. It instantly spread throughout the entire Jianan Square. Sun Zhongyan suddenly looked up, and Chu Ning immediately stopped as well. The silver streams of light were still increasing. Moreover, they were intertwining. Situ Ziyu gradually frowned, and a trace of uneasiness appeared in his heart. For some reason, he seemed to have sensed a dangerous aura. Buzz! The buzzing sound became clearer and clearer. The intertwining streams of light finally formed. Fu Yunshan stood up in shock. A fourth-level Xian formation. This kind of pressure, this kind of aura, and that complicated pattern, as a Xian master, Sun Zhongyan had already realized something the moment the streams of light appeared. At that moment, when he saw the gigantic Xian formation on the arena, his heart raced. That was indeed a fourth-level Xian formation. A clear female voice suddenly rang out. Buddha Lotus Formation. The streams of light intertwined on the Xian formation, and it looked like a lotus flower that was blooming beautifully. Boom! 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 A terrifying aura spread out from the Xian formation. At the same time, the ice-fire finger that was approaching Chu Luiyue suddenly shattered. The flames that had originally enveloped her fell like sparks and scattered in all directions. A slender and straight figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Chu Luiyue was actually not dead. In fact, her body was unharmed, and there were no injuries at all. She was holding a palm-sized black crystal in her hand. Countless streams of light were flowing out from that crystal. It's the black crystal Xian formation. Someone cried out in surprise. After a momentary daze, almost everyone's face was filled with shock. It was normal for a Xian master to be able to activate a black crystal Xian formation, but Chu Luiyue was clearly a stage 2 Xian master. How could she activate a 4th level black crystal Xian formation? Siti Xingqian, on the other hand, lost her composure and widened her eyes as she stared at Chu Luiyue's other hand. A small crystal ball was faintly discernible. That's crystal barrier. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 220. A gigantic silver Buddha lotus bloomed in the arena. When the petals gently waved, they easily swallowed the blue flames and extinguished them. Everything was carried out silently, but it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Situ Ziyue's move, which was supposed to win, was actually resolved by Chu Luiyue just like that. Seeing that Chu Luiyue was unharmed, Chu Ning's anxious heart finally calmed down. Even though he knew that wouldn't risk her life, he couldn't help but worry when he saw it with his own eyes. Thankfully, she can always make me feel at ease at the crucial moment. Sun Zhongyan's actions also suddenly paused as he stared at the arena in shock. What exactly happened just now? How did Chu Luiyue withstand Situ Ziyue's attack and activate the 4th level Xian formation? However, a thought surfaced in his mind uncontrollably. During the midterm assessment back then, I felt that this girl seemed to be hiding her abilities. Now, it seems like it's true. Qinghan finally couldn't sit still, but before he could speak, Situ Xingqian had already stood up and hurriedly walked forward with a face full of disbelief. How can this be? How can this be? Situ Xingqian couldn't help but mumble softly, not daring to believe her eyes. She really hoped that she saw wrongly. However, the crystal barrier is indeed in Chu Luiyue's hands. This is the only way to explain why Chu Luiyue was unharmed after Situ Ziyue's attack. Xingqian. What's wrong? Sensing her abnormality, Qinghan couldn't care about anything else and immediately went forward to ask. Situ Xingqian subconsciously clenched her fists. It seems like I've indeed neglected too many things. This Chu Luiyue is hiding too many secrets. She took a deep breath in, suppressed her emotions, and shook her head. Nothing. I'm just a little worried about brother. Qinghan patted her shoulders. Don't worry. Chu Luiyue is just a stage 2 Xian master. She must have used up most of her energy to activate the black crystal Xian formation. She can't completely unleash its effects. After all, Ziyue is a stage 4 warrior. Chu Luiyue won't be his match. She just needs to spend more effort. Situ Xingqian took a look and indeed saw that Chu Luiyue's lips were a little pale. She then relaxed and returned to her seat. The others quickly noticed this as well. The people from Tianlu Academy who had just heaved a sigh of relief started to worry again. How did Chu Luiyue activate that 4th level black crystal profound formation? This problem isn't the most important thing right now. The most important thing is that with her strength, she won't be able to hold on for long. I'm afraid this match is still dangerous. Situ Ziyue's strength is tyrannical after all. If Chu Luiyue was a true level 4 mystic cultivator, his chances of victory would definitely be extremely high, but now, Chu Luyue ignored all these discussions. At this moment, all of her energy was focused on the Black Crystal Xian formation. After returning from Wanling mountain range, she thought about it and felt that she was in a very dangerous situation. If she didn't have any trump cards, she wouldn't be safe. Hence, she went to Zhenbao Pavilion and bought it from Second Master Yen. She originally wanted to use it when she was in danger, but the situation was urgent now, so she couldn't care less. The level 4 mystic formation engraved on it didn't consume much force, so she could activate it with her own strength. However, she couldn't unleash its full power. There were actually 2 layers to the lotus on the mystic formation. However, with her current strength, she could only activate 1 layer. The other layer still didn't have any movement. After a short while, she could already feel the strength in her body rapidly depleting. It wouldn't be long before he would collapse. This could temporarily stop Situ Ziyue, but it was still very difficult for her to win. No wonder you dared to challenge me directly. It turns out that you have such confidence. Situ Ziyue's expression gradually turned cold. However, if you think you can win like this, you're too naive. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly leaped up. At the same time, a saber suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a long saber that was greenish-black in color. The blade wasn't sharp and was even a little blunt. There was a strange pattern engraved on the blade. It's the Ling Shao saber. Someone suddenly cried out in alarm. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The Ling Shao saber was a national treasure of country Xing Luo's royal family. It was rumored that the founding emperor of country Xing Luo used this Ling Shao saber to carve out a piece of the world. Not only was the Ling Shao saber powerful, but it was also a symbol of status. Now that it was in Situ Ziyue's hands, it almost proved that he was the next emperor of country Xing Luo. It's your honor to be able to force me to use the Ling Shao saber, Situ Ziyue said coldly. At the same time, he held the saber with both hands and slashed it down fiercely. A terrifying greenish-black blade flew out quickly. Chi! In the blink of an eye, the blade directly pierced through the center of the blooming lotus. The huge mystic formation was instantly split in half. Whoosh! This slash directly split the mystic formation, and countless violent forces scattered in all directions. Chu Luyue quickly retreated, but she was still affected by the force of the attack. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying force crashed into her body. Her internal organs seemed to have been squeezed into a ball. Pooh! Chu Luyue's chest shook, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered on her lapel and dyed it red. As for her aura, it instantly withered away. Situ Ziyue's movements were too fast. She didn't even have time to use the colored glass barrier. The originally dazzling mystic formation began to dim at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone watched this scene in silence. Everyone could see that Chu Luyue was bound to lose this time. Even if she was at her peak, she might not be Situ Ziyue's opponent, let alone now when she was heavily injured. Situ Ziyue held the Ling Shao saber and looked down at Chu Luyue. His eyes were indifferent, as if he was looking at an ant. After a moment, his thin lips opened slightly and coldly spat out a few words. You overestimate yourself. As he spoke, he raised his saber again. This time, it's time to end it. Chu Luyue looked up and saw the second saber flying towards her at an even faster speed. She swung her arm and threw out the colored glass barrier. A transparent enchantment with a faint silver glow enveloped her in an instant. Bang! The saber collided with the colored glass barrier and made a dull sound. However, the glazed barrier only shook slightly before it quickly devoured the terrifying power. Chu Luyue, who was standing inside, was not affected at all. After Situ Ziyue saw clearly what it was, a look of disgust flashed across his eyes. Extremely cunning. Do you really think that you can hide in here forever? Chu Luiyue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and glanced at him. Don't worry, I won't make you wait for long. What? Situ Ziyue frowned and saw Chu Luiyue sitting cross-legged inside the colored glass barrier. Then, she placed her hands on her knees and closed her eyes. The corner of Situ Ziyue's eyes twitched. Chu Luiyue swallowed the thick smell of blood in her mouth and said word by word. Wait for me to break through first. God damn it, she actually wants to break through at this time. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from the Love Network. Chapter 221. Chu Luiyue only realized that something was wrong with her dantian after Situ Ziyue used the Ling Shao saber to break the Xian formation. She didn't feel anything then, but after the black crystal Xian formation backfired, the water droplet in her dantian seemed to be stimulated by something and started to spin rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had already swallowed all the force that was stored in her dantian. And it didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. She then realized that she was about to break through. During the intense battle with Situ Ziyue, she had been waiting and thinking of ways to break through to become a stage 2 warrior, but nothing happened. Who would have thought that at this moment, Chu Luiyue was speechless when she said it out loud. This kind of probability was really hard to come by. Luckily, she had the crystal barrier that Rong Xiu left behind, which could help her hold on for a while. Otherwise, she would have to admit defeat and leave the stage. After clearing her mind, Chu Luiyue closed her eyes and started to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth force in an attempt to break through. Soon, the rich heaven and earth force surged toward her and entered her body through the crystal barrier. Everyone in the square was dead silent when they saw this scene. Some even rubbed their eyes hard to make sure that they weren't seeing things. Chu Luiyue, she's actually trying to break through in the middle of the Qing Jiao competition. What? What is going on? Situ Ziyue was embarrassed and angry. Chu Luiyue's actions were simply looking down on him. He swung his saber again to attack, but the crystal barrier was too strong and couldn't be broken. Chu Luiyue sat inside and didn't move at all. She was focused on breaking through. Situ Ziyue only felt that he had been greatly humiliated. He clenched his saber's hilt tightly and couldn't wait to cut the crystal barrier open and finish Chu Luiyue off completely. When Qing Han saw this situation, he also felt that he could not keep his face. Brother Zhongyan, isn't Chu Luiyue going overboard by doing this? She's looking down on Ziyue and the Qing Jiao competition. Sun Zhongyan was also stunned by Chu Luiyue's actions. However, she was one of them, so he had to side with her. Oh. Lu Yu is just trying to break through. She's not cheating or anything. Brother Qing Han, aren't you going overboard? I don't think so. Chen pointed at Chu Luiyue, who was on the stage, with an ugly expression on her face. The Qing Jiao competition is a competition, not a place for cultivation. If she didn't do it on purpose, why did she choose to break through at this moment? Who knows how long it will take for her to break through? I don't think there's any need to continue this competition. All sorts of situations can happen on the path of cultivation. Not to mention this little girl, even this old man can't control the timing of my breakthrough. How can this be wrong? What's more, Ziyu could also take advantage of this opportunity to recuperate. It wouldn't be considered a loss, right? If the competition is Liu Yue's, of course, Chu Luiyue loses. Sigh. She hasn't lost yet. Why did she admit defeat? Moreover, the result of the competition might be different after she breaks through. At the very least, it'll be a draw. Qing Han gritted his teeth and cursed Sun Zhongyan for being so shameless. A draw. How could Chu Luiyue be worthy of a draw with Situ Ziyue? Sun Zhongyan chuckled and asked, why? Brother Qing Han, Are you worried that Lu Yu will win the competition after she breaks through? Cheng Han sneered. You seem to think highly of her. Win? Chu Luyue has to have the ability to do so. City Zus suddenly said, since the competition isn't over yet, I'll wait. He wanted to see how much Chu Luyue's abilities would increase after breaking through in such a big way. Since City Ziyue had said so, the others naturally couldn't object. Hence, they all quieted down. Time passed by slowly. Cheng Han gradually became impatient and sized up the crystal barrier around Chu Luyue. This Chu Luyue really hid her abilities well. She actually has such a treasure with her. No wonder she was so arrogant previously. I think that she relied on this item to safely dodge Ziyue's ice flame finger. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction and even a little jealousy. This crystal barrier was extremely precious, and even he couldn't find it. Chu Liyue's identity wasn't the most prestigious, but she had quite a few good items on her. I wonder where she found this item. She might have used some tricks. City Xingchen listened at the side and didn't say anything, but she felt upset. I've only seen one person with this item. If I didn't see wrongly, this crystal barrier clearly belongs to that person. If not, even the tiny engravings on it wouldn't be exactly the same. How could Chu Luyue have such a precious item? Of course, someone gave it to her. However, what kind of relationship does that person have with Chu Luyue? Why is he so good that he would give her the crystal barrier? City Xingchen couldn't think of anything on Chu Luyue that could be exchanged for the crystal barrier. Also, according to that person's character, if he wasn't willing, who could snatch his things away? At the thought of this, City Xingchen's heart felt like it was being scratched, and she felt terrible. She had been in the imperial city for a few days, but she hadn't seen that person. To avoid arousing suspicion, she didn't even purposely send people to find out. However, she couldn't sit still now. Chu Luyue ignored all the noise around her, focused, and started to prepare for the breakthrough. However, she quickly realized that she didn't need to do much. The water droplet in her dantian was spinning rapidly, and ripples spread out from it. Even the engravings on it floated along with it. The surrounding heaven and earth force kept surging in and flowed into her dantian through her limbs and bones before being swallowed by the water droplet. The ripples became bigger and bigger. Chu Luyue couldn't help but feel nervous. What she didn't know was that a force whirlpool had appeared above her head along with this movement. The onlookers could also clearly feel the fluctuations of origin power around her. Some people started to whisper to each other. Wasn't Chu Luyue a stage 1 warrior previously? Even if she broke through, she should have become a stage 2 warrior, right? But why is the movement so big? You felt it too. I even felt that there wasn't such a movement when I broke through to become a stage 3 warrior back then. But she's already very strong, so this seems normal. Bai Chen glanced at Sun Zhongyan and softly asked, Elder Sun, what do you think? Sun Zhongyan's expression was solemn. This movement is indeed unusual. Normal cultivators will only form a force whirlpool when they break through to become a stage 4 warrior. Bai Chen was shocked. You mean, she might break through consecutively? Sun Zhongyan shook his head. That's not very possible. Consecutively breaking through is just a rumor. In fact, normal cultivators can't do it. But it seems like there's another reason for her to do this. What is it? Sun Zhongyan pursed his lips. Looking at Chu Luyue in the arena, a vague thought flashed through his mind. But because this thought was too shocking, he didn't dare to believe it for a moment. After a while, he finally looked at Bai Chen seriously. When this girl entered the academy, what was her Yuan meridian level? Bai Chen was stunned. Yuan meridian level. She didn't take it. Because she entered the academy halfway and didn't prepare enough for the exam, she didn't take it. He felt a little guilty when he said the second half of the sentence. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't prepare enough, but he felt that Chu Luiyue wouldn't be able to pass the exam, so he didn't prepare for it. Sun Zhongyan saw through his thoughts at a glance, but he didn't expose him. In fact, it wasn't just Bai Qin. Everyone thought so at that time. Who would have expected that in just a few months, Chu Luiyue would become the best in their academy? Why? Do you think there's a problem with her Yuan meridian? As Bai Qin spoke, he suddenly realized something and widened his eyes in shock. Wait a minute. Elder Sun was asking about Chu Luiyue's Yuan meridian level. Could he be suspecting that Chu Luiyue has a Daijing Yuan meridian? That's impossible. Bai Qin couldn't help but mutter. One had to know that in the entire country Yao Qin, there hadn't been a Daijing Yuan meridian in 100 years. Sun Zhongyan's gaze was grave, but his heart was beating wildly. Without a test, no one can say for sure. It was fine if he didn't think of this, but once this thought popped up, he couldn't suppress it. This was the only way to explain why Chu Luiyue's cultivation speed was so fast after recovering her Yuan meridian and stepping into the path of cultivation. Otherwise, how could she rely on her rank as a stage 1 warrior to win consecutively? Just as his heart was in a mess because of this, there was a sudden fluctuation in the arena. Chu Luiyue had broken through. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 222. Crimson-red force surged out from Chu Luiyue's body and enveloped her like a blazing flame. The aura on her body had already risen to its peak. Chu Luiyue only saw that there seemed to be an invisible hand on the water droplet that steadily drew a second line. Bang! In her mind, there was a soft and clear sound. Her internal and external injuries quickly healed and the force in her dantian was even more abundant than before. In the next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. A faint red glow flashed across her clear and sharp eyes. Rank 2 warrior. She looked at her palm and felt the surging force in her body. She couldn't help but smile. She finally broke through. After such a long wait, her previous efforts were not in vain. Although she didn't know why she suddenly broke through today, but, at this very moment, it was indeed a good thing for her. Seeing Chu Luiyue break through, the originally quiet plaza became restless again. Chu Luiyue raised her hand and kept the crystal barrier. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Situ Ziyue, who was standing opposite her, and smiled. Sorry to keep you waiting. Situ Ziyue quietly sized up Chu Luiyue and unconsciously frowned. Chu Luiyue's breakthrough this time actually didn't take too much time. It only took about the time for an incense stick to burn. But after breaking through, she was obviously different from before. The most obvious thing was that the aura on her body was much stronger than before. In addition, the injuries on her body seemed to have mostly healed because of the breakthrough just now. She had only broken through from a rank 1 warrior to a rank 2 warrior. How did Chu Luiyue's body undergo such a huge change? He raised the Ling Shao saber in his hand and the icy blue force quickly enveloped it. The strange pattern on it was faintly discernible. This time, you shouldn't have any other reason to delay the match, right? It's time to end it. Chu Luiyue chuckled. What a coincidence, I think so too. As she spoke, she picked up the black crystal Xian formation again. With a thought, force gushed out. Buzz buzz. The black crystal Xian formation shone brightly. Soon, streaks of light flew out again. It quickly formed a huge Xian formation under Chu Luiyue's feet. The originally dimmed Buddhist lotus slowly bloomed once more. Situ Ziyue sneered. Do you think you can win by using the same trick twice? The Ling Shao saber in his hand suddenly slashed down. Falling clouds of flowers. Following this shout, the pattern on the blades suddenly moved. Then, a small cloud creeper flower suddenly bloomed. The trumpet flower slowly moved along the groove on the blade. With every inch he moved, the trumpet flowers grew a little bigger. When it slid to the tip of the blade, the trumpet flower was almost as big as a lantern. Go! Situ Ziyu shouted in a low voice. The trumpet flower flew up gracefully, falling towards Chu Luiyue. Compared to the Buddhist lotus blooming under Chu Luiyue's feet, the trumpet flower was much smaller. It was not even as big as one of the petals. However, no one dared to underestimate this cloud creeper flower. It slowly flew forward, and cracks gradually appeared on the ground that it passed by. One could see how strong its suppression was. Chu Luiyue looked up and glanced at it. Even though there was still a distance between them, she could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in it. The indescribable suppression made her body tense up, and she found it hard to breathe. Falling clouds of flowers. Isn't that one of the 3 ultimate moves of the Ling Xiao saber? Situ Ziyue can actually use it now. It seems like he's really going to break through and become a stage 5 warrior. The force in his body is actually so abundant. He seems to be only 21 years old this year. Speaking of which, he's even younger than Rong Jin, but he's only 1 step away from becoming a stage 5 warrior. If he breaks through, he'll probably become the youngest stage 5 warrior. Seeing the trumpet flower in the air, the crowd couldn't hide their shock as they discussed fervently. Rong Jin, who had been watching this competition from the side, had a cold expression when he heard this. He was the most famous genius in country Yaoqin, but he was indeed lacking compared to Situ Ziyue. In the past few years, the two of them had fought a few times, but Rong Jin lost more than he won. This was especially so in the Qingjiao competition last year, where he lost completely. He originally thought that after a year of cultivation, he could catch up to Situ Ziyue and even surpass him. However, looking at the current situation, the gap between the two of them had become even bigger. Not mentioning other things, just the Buddha lotus formation that Chu Luiyue used just now already required a lot of effort for him to deal with it. Thinking of this, he felt even more aggrieved. His jaw tightened, and the surrounding aura was as cold as ice. The trumpet flower was getting closer and closer. However, if the surrounding people took a closer look, they would notice that Chu Luiyue wasn't panicking at all. She retracted her gaze and quietly looked at the black Xian formation in her hands. Success or failure depends on this, muttered Chu Luiyue softly. Then, she injected all the force in her body into it without holding back. Hong! A sound suddenly came from the black Xian formation. Situ Ziyue chuckled. You're about to die, yet you still don't regret. Suddenly, the mocking smile at the corner of his mouth froze. His eyes were filled with shock. He saw that under Chu Luiyue's feet, under the Buddha lotus that was slowly blooming, countless rays of light were gathering. In just an instant, even more petals had formed. Chu Luiyue had actually activated the second layer of the Buddha lotus on the black Xian formation. In other words, she had used her own strength to activate the full power of this level 4 Xian formation. Looking at the Buddha lotus that was passionately blooming with layers of petals, Situ Ziyue's heart suddenly felt uneasy. It wasn't that he didn't know the power of a level 4 Xian formation. At this moment, the trumpet flower had already flown in front of Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue suddenly waved her hand in front of her. That Buddhist lotus also suddenly moved forward according to her will. Its speed wasn't fast, but the distance between the trumpet flower and Chu Luiyue was already not far. Therefore, it didn't take much time for the Buddha lotus and the trumpet flower to confront each other. Buzz! The petals of the Buddha lotus swayed gently. The trumpet flower's flying speed suddenly decreased by a lot. Buzz! The layers of petals swayed with the wind. The trumpet flower had completely stopped. It was hanging right above the Buddha lotus. Chu Liuyue's clear voice instantly rang out, "Close." As her voice fell, the petals of the Buddha lotus started to close gradually. The trumpet flower seemed to have lost control and fell down. The layers of petals instantly closed up and completely covered it. Situ Ziyue's face suddenly paled a little. After some time, the Buddha lotus bloomed again. Its petals were already damaged by a lot. It was obvious that it had used up a lot of energy in the fight just now. However, the Buddha lotus that was originally aggressive now looked like it had been defeated. It fell to the ground dispiritedly, without any signs of life. Situ Ziyue suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 223. At the same time, his aura quickly weakened. Ling Xiao blade was connected to him. Now that his move was broken, he would naturally suffer a backlash. He was furious and indignant. He wanted to stand up immediately, but he was too anxious, and anger attacked his heart. This movement caused him to fall to the ground and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as a ghost. "Brother!" Situ Xingchen frantically stood up and rushed toward the competition venue. But when she reached the side of the venue, a voice suddenly traveled to her ears. "Eldest Princess Situ, if you go on stage now, it'll be considered as loss." Situ Xingchen's body froze, and she stopped in her tracks as she turned around. Chu Luyue was standing on stage and looked at her lazily in a seemingly smiling manner. Situ Xingchen clenched her fists in her sleeves. "Chu Luyue." "Yes, I'm here." Chu Luyue seemed to not hear the anger in Situ Xingchen's voice as he lifted his chin. "I think your brother still wants to fight. It doesn't seem appropriate for you to go up now." Situ Xingchen was so angry that her face changed. She looked at Situ Ziyue again. Standing closer, she could see the messy bloodstains on his face and body even more clearly. Her heart seemed to have been harshly stabbed with a knife, and it hurt immensely. "Brother!" Situ Ziyue heard her voice and looked up with much difficulty. "Xingchen, go back." As he spoke, he supported his body and tried to stand up. But his internal injuries were too serious, so he fell down again when he stood up halfway. Situ Xingchen's eyes were quickly filled with tears. In her heart, her brother had always been the most outstanding warrior genius. He was always high-spirited and full of vigor, proud of himself. When had he ever been in such a pathetic state? And the person who caused all of this was Chu Luyue. "Brother," Situ Xingchen wanted to persuade him not to continue, but anyone could tell that he no longer had the strength to fight. Even though Chu Luyue's strength was depleted, and his lips were pale, he wasn't injured. If the two of them continued fighting, the outcome wouldn't change. Instead, it would make her brother's situation worse. But she couldn't say this out loud. Her brother was such a proud person, how could he admit to losing to a rank 2 warrior? Chu Luyue looked at Situ Ziyue with a smile. "If you still want to continue, I will accompany you to the end." In other words, if Situ Ziyue did not take the initiative to admit defeat, she would continue to fight to the death. Everyone looked at this scene with complicated expressions. Before the match, no, before the time it took for an incense stick to burn, who would have thought that Chu Luyue would gain the upper hand in the end? Moreover, he was actually able to force Situ Ziyue to such an extent. Cheng Han finally couldn't stand it any longer. "Xingchen, help your brother down." Situ Xingchen glanced at him hesitantly before she finally lifted her skirt and prepared to go on stage. "No, no." Situ Ziyue shook his head, his brows tightly knitted together. If he were to step down now, wouldn't he lose completely? "Bring him down." Cheng Han's voice became much harsher. Situ Xingchen paused in her steps, but she still stepped forward in the end. Everyone fell silent for a moment. This meant that Situ Ziyue had lost. "Brother, let's go down." Situ Xingchen held his arm and said with heartache. Situ Ziyu was furious as he angrily waved his arm, wanting to fling her away. However, his actions were weak, and he couldn't even break free from Situ Xingchen's grip. Situ Xingchen bit her lower lip and finally understood why her mentor directly asked her to help her brother down. He's actually so severely injured. Situ Xingchen helped Situ Ziyu up without any explanation. "Brother, let's talk when we get back." Situ Ziyu didn't want to leave with his tail between his legs. That would be a huge humiliation. However, he knew his own body's condition very well. Even if he continued to stay, he wouldn't have any chances of winning. He stared deeply at Chu Luiyue, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. Chu Luiyue ignored him and continued to wave with a smile. "Take care." Situ Ziyu spat out another mouthful of blood. Situ Xingchen's heart tightened, and she finally couldn't help but turn around and stare at Chu Luiyue. She enunciated each word clearly and said, "Mentor once told me not to be depressed when I lose and not to be arrogant when I win. If not, I don't know when I'll suffer a huge setback. When that time comes, it'll definitely be very painful." Chu Luiyue blinked. Director Qing Han is indeed a person of virtue and prestige, and his words are very logical. However, her gaze turned and landed on Situ Ziyu as she regretfully said, "Unfortunately, it's a pity. Your brother doesn't seem to have heard of this before. Look, he suffered a huge setback in front of me, didn't he?" Situ Xingchen was stumped. "I've never seen such a shameless person who inverts right and wrong." Situ Ziyu was about to faint from anger. He raised his arm as if he wanted to do something, but it drooped down weakly in the end. "I hope you'll always be so smug." Situ Xingchen stared deeply at Chu Luiyue and didn't say anything else as she turned around and left with Situ Ziyu. Chu Luiyue watched the two of them leave, and her lips curled up. "Thank you for your blessings. I'll definitely work hard." Situ Xingchen's heart was in turmoil. How did that person interact with such a woman? Scheming, cunning, scheming. What exactly is he thinking? Could it be, just because of that face? Situ Xingchen's heart was filled with thoughts. Even after she brought Situ Ziyu away, her heart still couldn't calm down. However, Chu Luiyue didn't even care about them. She only cared about one thing now. "Elder son, according to the rules, I'm now in the second round, right?" Sun Zhongyan's heart couldn't be described with the word shocked. Chu Liuyue's series of performances had already made him extremely proud and elated. When he thought of that possibility again, he really couldn't like Chu Luiyue anymore. Of course. He looked around and said confidently, "Tian Zhongyan, this is the first round. For this round, Tianlu Academy's Chu Luiyue wins." Qingjiao competition's preliminary ranking, Chu Luiyue succeeded in his challenge and is ranked first. His low and deep voice instantly reverberated throughout the entire square. Mobile users, please browse the internet for a better reading experience. Chapter 224. Chu Luiyue actually succeeded in her challenge. Sun Zhongyan's voice was like a clap of thunder that instantly woke everyone up from their shock. That's right. She had challenged Situ Ziyue, who was ranked first. Now that Situ Ziyue had admitted defeat, she naturally became first. Even though they had seen the competition with their own eyes, this fact was still unbelievable. Not only had Chu Luiyue won, but she had also broken through in the process. This sounded like a fairy tale, but it had actually happened before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Even the Tianlu Academy crowd was dumbfounded and could not recover from their shock for a long time. Chu Liuyue's lips curled up slightly before she left the stage. However, she did not return to her seat directly. Instead, she walked toward Chu Ning. "Father." When Chu Ning saw her coming down, she quickly walked up to her and grabbed her arm. She looked her up and down and asked nervously, are you okay?" The competition had been so intense just now, and he had watched from the side with trepidation. Chu Luiyue spread her hands and smiled until her eyes curved into crescents. "You're a stage 5 warrior. Can't you tell if I'm injured?" Chu Ning had personally checked her and found that other than using too much force, she did not have any serious problems. Thus, he was relieved. Upon hearing this, he could not help but laugh. "So what if you're a stage 5 warrior? Now, how you can defeat a peak stage 4 warrior? I'm afraid that before long, even I won't be your opponent." He was worried, but he was also proud and happy. The competition just now could be said to have been a perilous one. He was very clear that if you had not broken through at the last moment, they would have definitely lost this round. Fortunately, it was a close call in the end. Chu Luiyue winked playfully. "How is that the same? Father will always be the most powerful in Yu's heart. However, this time, you can finally rest assured, right?" After the Wanling Mountain incident, Chu Ning did not say anything on the surface, but she knew in her heart that he was traumatized. Even when both of them were at home, he would often call her name. If he couldn't see it for a while, he would be nervous and anxious. After experiencing the loss of his daughter, he began to worry about his gains and losses. Chu Luiyue wanted to make him feel at ease, so he didn't play any extra tricks on the field today and went all out. Now that he won against Sita Ziyu, Chu Ning was clearly much more appeased. How could Chu Ning not know what she was thinking? Emotions surged in his heart, and even his eyes became a little hot. He squeezed Chu Luiyue's shoulder. His lips moved, but his throat seemed to be choked. After a while, he said, "You is naturally the best." Chu Luiyue smiled obediently. "Then I'll go back first. Maybe someone will challenge me later." "You should also go back and sit down." Chu Ning agreed and urged her to get some rest. The two of them separated and returned to their respective positions. However, Chu Ning's gaze never left Chu Luiyue's body. He watched her walk back, watched the crowd from Tianlu Academy cheering enthusiastically, and watched countless people looking at her with envy and amazement. Chu Ning let out a long sigh. His eyes were slightly red, but he couldn't help but smile. His was no longer the cowardly girl who could be bullied by others. Now, she was like the sun in the clouds, shining brightly. Chu Luiyue's return was once again welcomed by the people from the academy. However, she keenly sensed that the atmosphere seemed to be different from yesterday. How should she put it? Everyone seemed to have an inexplicable respect for her. Whether it was their speech, actions, or anything else, they seemed to be more reserved than before. The way they looked at her was also a little strange. Chu Luiyue touched her face. "Is there something on my face?" Everyone was silent for a moment. Si Yang gave her a thumbs up. "You have the glow of a genius." Chu Luiyue was speechless. Si Yang's glib tongue was just like a dog's mouth. Nothing good could come out of it. She looked at Mu Hongyu. What's wrong with them? She just went up to fight. Why did she feel that something was wrong when she came back? Mu Hongyu hugged the golden mane bear cub and looked at Chu Luiyue. She swallowed her saliva with difficulty. "Lu Yu, did you deliberately hide your strength before?" That was Situ Ziyue. She actually won too. She even made him vomit blood. Think about how arrogant he was before. In the blink of an eye, he was completely defeated. Chu Luiyue pondered for a moment. "Which time are you talking about?" Mu Hongyu was speechless. How many times?" She closed her eyes. Pretend I didn't ask. Her brain must have short-circuited for her to ask such a question. From the moment she entered the academy until now, which one of her achievements didn't show her extraordinary talent and strength? To think that she always felt that the gap between them wasn't that big. I must cultivate diligently in the future. Sinhu nodded vigorously. Me too. Gu Mingfeng looked up at Chu Luiyue and gave her a meaningful look. Chu Luiyue was speechless. She returned to her seat and sat down. The surroundings gradually quieted down, but the curious and amazed gazes did not decrease at all. She didn't care and planned to close her eyes and rest. However, Si Ting suddenly spoke up. Who gave you the crystal barrier? Chu Luiyue looked at him in confusion. Who? Si Ting narrowed his eyes. The person you like. Chu Luiyue paused and nodded slightly. Yes. Si Ting was silent for a moment. You seem to really like him. With that, he turned his head. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Why did Si Ting say that so strangely? Didn't she just use the crystal barrier? But seeing that he didn't seem to want to talk about it, she didn't ask anymore. She took out the small silver ball and played with it in her hand. Si Ting sighed softly in his heart. At this moment, he could finally let it go completely. He thought that it was just an excuse, but he didn't expect it to be true. Perhaps, even she herself did not realize that when she mentioned that person, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up into a smile, just how moving it was. He didn't know who had the luck to win her heart. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 225. After Chu Luiyue won this round, the situation in the arena immediately changed. The remaining few people looked at her from time to time with different expressions, but they were obviously more serious. They thought that Chu Luiyue would be at the bottom of the last 10 people, but who knew that she would defeat Situ Ziyue and take first place? This time, they had to reevaluate Chu Luiyue. Previously, when she was a Stage 1 warrior, she defeated 2 Stage 4 warriors consecutively. After breaking through to Stage 2, she even defeated a Stage 4 warrior. This result was enough to make Chu Luiyue famous. If they wanted to take first place, they had to surpass Chu Luiyue. Sun Zhongyan looked at a young man from Nanfeng Academy. Yichinjia, it's your turn to choose. Yichinjia was ranked 9th in front of Chu Luiyue. According to the rules, it was his turn to choose one of the top 5 to challenge. Yichinjia seemed to be prepared. He went up the stage and cupped his hands at a young man from Tai Yan Academy. Nanfeng Academy's Yichinjia challenges Tai Yan Academy's Su Tingfeng. Seeing him make such a choice, everyone nodded subconsciously. Clearly, they felt that it was within their expectations. Su Tingfeng was ranked 5th. It was obvious that he was the easiest to challenge among the top 5. Yichinjia choosing him was the safest choice. Su Tingfeng laughed heartily, and with a leap, he jumped onto the arena. Please. Seeing the two of them fighting, some people started discussing in private. I was scared to death. I thought that all the new students this year were so powerful. It's enough to have Chu Luiyue. Otherwise, we won't be able to survive. Actually, I heard that Yichinjia is only 16 years old this year, but he's already a Stage 3 warrior. He should be the top among the new students. It's his first time participating in the Qingjiao competition this year, but he directly entered the top 10. He's not inferior to Jiang Yuan at all. It's a pity that Chu Luiyue appeared in front of him, overshadowing the others. I think that even if Chu Luiyue isn't the top warrior this year, she will still be famous. Her future is limitless. With the intense battle between Chu Luiyue and Situ Ziyue as a comparison, the battle between Su Tingfeng and Yichinjia seemed much more ordinary. Although Yi Qinjia was talented, there was a gap between him and Su Tingfeng. After a tough battle for half an hour, he lost regretfully. Su Tingfeng cupped his hands at Yi Qinjia politely. "You let me win." Yi Qinjia chuckled bitterly. "It's indeed not easy. I wonder." He couldn't help but look at Tian's side, to the end, to the stage to the stage to the stage. The surrounding people were still discussing her battle in low voices, but there wasn't the slightest bit of pride in her eyes, as if she wasn't the one who had won, was to the top to two. Top to the stage to the end. Yi Qinjia was ashamed of his inferiority. Su Tingfeng followed his gaze, and his expression changed slightly. He rubbed his glabella with a slight headache. Originally, he thought that his ranking could be higher, but it seemed like it would be difficult. The next two matches were very fast. In the third match, Tianlu Academy's Qin Huai challenged Nanfeng Academy's Shiwan Wan. In the fourth match, Nanfeng Academy's Li Ziyuan challenged Xiao Wenling from the same academy. The three people after Chu Luiyue all tried their best to challenge people with lower rankings, but they still failed. Chu Luiyue watched seriously as she adjusted her breathing. She couldn't tell who would become her opponent later on, so she had to take this chance to observe their abilities. Both Shi Wanwan and Xiao Wenling were intermediate stage 4 warriors. Judging from the competition, they weren't as good as Situ Ziyue. This also meant that they couldn't threaten her for the time being. She turned her gaze and looked at Rong Jin. Rong Jin, who was in second place, became the last person to be chosen. His opponent was Tai Yan Academy's Huan Jingchue. Huan Jingchue was in sixth place, and he was already an intermediate stage 4 warrior. If it were the previous Shi Wanwan or Xiao Wenling, they might have a chance of winning. However, Rong Jin was a peak stage 4 warrior, and he was stronger. His chances of winning weren't high. The two of them stood in the arena and faced each other. Both of them were tall and had handsome appearances. Just by standing there, they attracted the attention of many women. "I didn't have the chance to fight you last year, and I've always regretted it. This time, it's finally perfect." Huan Jingchue chuckled. "Please give me your guidance." Rong Jin nodded proudly. "It's not guidance, it's just a friendly match." Although he said this, he didn't take Huan Jingchue seriously. There was a difference in abilities between the two of them. Rong Jin had seen Huan Jingchue's previous matches, and he could only be considered average. Rong Jin was aiming for first place in the warrior competition. After he defeated Huan Jingchue, he might have to challenge Chu Luiyue. Thinking of this, he felt frustrated. "Let's begin." Huan Jingchue looked at Rong Jin's absent-minded appearance and smiled deeply. "Please." Then, he made the first move. The moment he moved, his figure disappeared from the spot. Rong Jin suddenly recovered his senses and immediately knitted his brows. How did Heng Jingchue's speed suddenly become so fast? A cold wind came from behind, and Rong Jin immediately changed his direction and threw out a palm strike. Ling Yun palm. The wind from his palm whistled. Just as it was about to hit Huan Jingchue's chest, he somehow moved and dodged it again. Rong Jin's palm strike missed. Looking at the smiling Huan Jingchue in the other direction, Rong Jin's heart slowly sank. This Huan Jingchue is not right. Chu Luiyue, who was sitting below the stage and watching the match, suddenly sat up straight. His gaze focused as he stared at Huan Jingchue. Si Yang noticed her interest and couldn't help but ask softly, "You also think that there's something wrong with Huan Jingchue?" Even though he didn't like Rong Jin's abilities were widely acknowledged. But now, Huan Jingchue easily dodged Rong Jin's attack. Chu Luiyue was silent for a moment and said, "He's an advanced stage 4 warrior." "Yes, everyone knows that he's." "Wait. You mean Huan Jingchue?" Si Yang was shocked and couldn't help but take a few more glances. That's impossible, right? His aura is clearly similar to Jiang Yuan's. Isn't he an intermediate stage 4 warrior? Chu Luiyue didn't explain, but her expression became more serious. Si Yang wanted to say something, but he suddenly felt Huan Jingchua's aura skyrocket. In just a moment, his aura wasn't any weaker than Rong Jin's. The two of them went from being one strong and one weak to being evenly matched. Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes. This Huan Jingchua will be a strong opponent for me. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 226. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Peak Stage 4 Warrior. So this is Heng Jingchua's true ability. I really couldn't tell how he suppressed his cultivation level previously. I heard that some secret techniques or yuan instruments can hide one's abilities. This is going to be interesting. A battle between two peak stage 4 warriors. I thought he was the unluckiest one and could only challenge Rong Jin, but it's still unknown who will win now. The chaotic discussions entered Rong Jin's ears, and his face turned even uglier. After such a long time, I didn't even realize that Heng Jingchua was hiding his abilities. Now that I think about what Heng Jingchua said, it's ridiculous. Advice? He's clearly at the same level as me, but he said that on purpose. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly in a year. He remembered that Heng Jingchua was only a beginner stage 4 warrior last year. He actually broke through to peak stage 4 warrior in such a short time. No wonder the crowd was shocked. Heng Jingchua's smile deepened. I was just lucky. I just broke through a few days ago. Rong Jin felt even more uncomfortable when he heard this. It took him almost 2 years to break through from beginner stage 4 warrior to peak stage 4 warrior. Heng Jingchua was clearly showing off. Since that's the case, let's cut the crap and see who's stronger. Rong Jin didn't want to listen to him anymore, so he circulated his force and attacked first. He only used 70% of his strength in the previous attack, but this time, he used all his strength. Heng Jingchua faced it head-on. The two of them fought hand-to-hand. The battle quickly became a mess. Even though the two of them were at the same level, Rong Jin had broken through earlier and was stronger, so he would definitely have the upper hand. But as time passed, the crowd realized that this wasn't the case. Heng Jingchua calmly received all of Rong Jin's attacks and even seemed to be handling them with ease. On the other hand, Rong Jin gradually realized that Heng Jingchua was stronger than he thought after his consecutive losses. He originally thought that he would win this round, but it ended in a stalemate. Rong Jin's heart gradually became anxious. Looking at the situation in the arena, Sun Zhongyan gradually frowned. I remember that Heng Jingchua wasn't the best before, right? How did he improve so much in just a year? Wen Yan nodded. You're right. The reason why this person was ranked 6th was actually because he was lucky in the previous year's competition. He didn't meet any particularly strong opponents. At that time, it seemed that he was just fighting steadily and steadily. As for other things, he didn't seem to be particularly outstanding. I don't know what happened this year. Sun Zhongyan stroked his beard. Perhaps he encountered some kind of opportunity. Who knows? Wen Yan and the rest exchanged glances and saw the worry in each other's eyes. What they were most concerned about wasn't why Heng Jingchua suddenly became stronger in the past year but whether Rong Jin could win this round. He was publicly acknowledged as one of the strongest students in Tianlu Academy. They all hoped that he would be able to get first place in the Qingjiao competition. As for himself, it was clear that he had the same thoughts. But if he lost this round, he would fall to the bottom 5. Then, the best result he could achieve was only 6th place. This wasn't even as good as his 5th place last year. It was fine if other people lost, but if Rong Jin lost, the entire academy would lose face. Baichen rolled his eyes and smiled. Elder son, actually, we don't have to worry too much. No matter what, we still have little Lu Yu. I'm first now. As long as I can stabilize this position in the future, it will definitely be a great honor. Sun Zhongyan wanted to say something but stopped. Actually, he was still worried. This Heng Jingchua seems to be holding back. Unlike the stifling atmosphere at Tianlu Academy, the crowd at Tai Yen Academy finally regained their spirits. Cheng Han smiled in surprise. This kid hit it well. Even I didn't know that he had already broken through to become a peak stage 4 warrior. Situ Xingchen had already calmed down, so she smiled and said, Master is always busy. It's normal that he didn't notice such small things. Even though Cheng Han was the director, there were many things that he didn't personally ask about. Most of his energy was actually placed on Situ Xingchen. If not, he wouldn't have the idea of letting Situ Xingchen become the top celestial physician in her first Qing Jiao competition. Haha. No matter what, this kid looks like he's a talent that can be nurtured. When the Qing Jiao competition ends, we have to nurture him well. The few teachers behind him nodded when they heard this. You're right, director. Cheng Han looked at the stage in satisfaction. How shrewd was his judgment. He could tell with one look that Rong Jin was gradually at a disadvantage. As long as nothing happened to Heng Jingchua, it was only a matter of time before he won. Even though they lost Situ Ziyue, they still had Heng Jingchua. I really want to see if Tianlu Academy's people can still be so smug when Rong Jin loses. Many wounds gradually appeared on Rong Jin's body. Even though they weren't serious, the blood stains on his clothes made him look especially pathetic. However, Heng Jingchua still looked like he was at ease. The contrast between the two was really stark. The crowd's voices gradually became softer as they watched this scene nervously. Heng Jingchua suddenly closed in. Rong Jin was shocked and immediately retreated. However, he was injured, so how could he be faster than Heng Jingchua? The distance between the two kept shrinking. Heng Jingchua finally struck out again. Rong Jin couldn't avoid it and could only brace himself to receive it. A punch flew out. Hong! The two of them crazily attacked each other. The messy ripples spread in all directions. At this point, Rong Jin suddenly felt that something was amiss. A chill was spreading from Heng Jingchua's palm to his hand. At the same time, the force in his body suddenly became messy and started to drain rapidly. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked up. Heng Jingchua's move was very strange. It's time to end this. Heng Jingchua met his gaze and didn't avoid it. Instead, he smiled meaningfully. His voice, which had originally sounded modest and courteous, was now filled with coldness. Not good. Rong Jin thought. He immediately wanted to retreat. However, Heng Jingchua was faster. His palm turned into a claw and directly grabbed Rong Jin's wrist. The strength in his hand was frightening. This time, Rong Jin's wrist was instantly bruised. How dare you! Before Rong Jin could finish his sentence, Heng Jingchua had already grabbed his wrist and harshly flung it out. The crowd only saw Rong Jin's figure uncontrollably fly out. Then, he fell to the ground with a bang. The key was that he fell outside the competition venue. Out of bounds, he was eliminated. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 227. There was an uproar. Nobody expected Rong Jin to be eliminated in such a manner. At this point, Situ Ziyue and Rong Jin, who had the highest hopes for this year's Qing Jiao competition, had both been defeated. Rong Jin finally recovered his senses when he heard the commotion around him and realized that he had been pushed out of the arena. I lost. Rong Jin's mind went blank. He never thought that he would lose to Hing Jingchue. He also didn't think that he would fall behind the top 5. This failure directly determined that he had no hope of surpassing last year's ranking. He supported himself with his arms and wanted to stand up, but he realized that he had no force in his body. He looked up in shock and saw that Hing Jingchue had regained his gentle and harmless smile. "Thank you for letting me win, Crown Prince Rong Jin." Even though he was smiling, he stood there high and mighty. His eyes and brows were filled with mockery. It was as if he was saying, "You're just a so-so." Rong Jin's heart burned like fire, causing him to lose his rationality. Once he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground again. His organs seemed to be enveloped by the cold air, which gradually spread to his entire body. His body gradually stiffened, and his mind became muddled. Finally, his vision turned black, and he fainted. "Go and bring him back." Sun Zhongyan immediately frowned and said. Very quickly, someone went forward and helped Rong Jin up. Realizing that he had fainted, Sun Zhongyan hurriedly went forward and carefully looked at his face. His brows furrowed even more tightly. Even though he expected Hing Jingchue to win, it didn't seem to be enough to make Rong Jin faint. However, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with Rong Jin. He glanced at Hing Jingchue, but saw that the man had already left. His expression was the same as usual. "Xian Tsang, come and take a look." Xian Tsang went forward and took Rong Jin's pulse. After checking carefully, he shook his head. He was depressed previously, and he fainted because of the blow today. "It's nothing serious." The crowd looked at each other and was speechless. They had actually heard a little about Rong Jin being grounded by His Majesty. He could only come out because of the Qingjiao competition. He wanted to use this to make a comeback, but he didn't expect that this series of events would break him down. Sun Zhongyan nodded, feeling slightly relieved. "That's good. Bring him back first and let Zuo Rong take care of him." Xian Tsang hesitated. If that's the case, wouldn't it be the same as giving up on the competition later on? How can he fight in his current state? Besides, what's the point of continuing the competition? Sun Zhongyan sighed. As the crown prince, Rong Jin was used to being arrogant. This time, he was aiming for first place. Now, not to mention first place, he was not even fated to be in the top 5. If he continued to force himself to compete, it would just be a waste of time. Bai Chen coughed and whispered, "That's right." Then wouldn't Situ Ziyue be unable to continue competing? Although Tai Yan Academy did not say anything, it was obvious that Situ Ziyue would not participate in the competition. As such, both sides were in a similar situation, so it wasn't too bad. Xian Tsang and the others didn't say anything else. Just like that, Rong Jin was quickly taken away. When she passed by Chu Luiyue, she fixed her gaze on him. That was not right. Even though Rong Jin was narrow-minded, he was capable. Hing Jingchue was of the same cultivation level as him, so how could he directly knock Rong Jin out? "Lu Yu, what are you looking at?" The golden maned bear cub ran out of Mu Hongyu's arms, and Mu Hongyu hurriedly chased after it. She saw that the older Chu Luiyue was staring in the direction that Rong Jin left in. She widened her eyes and asked in disbelief, "Are you worried about Rong Jin?" Chu Luiyue looked at her speechlessly. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm just worried about myself." Rong Jin's behavior was really strange. There must be something wrong with that Hing Jingchue. Mu Hongyu patted her chest. "I thought so too. You're not blind. But then again, I think that Hing Jingchue is quite strong. If the two of you fight later, can you win?" Chu Luiyue retracted his gaze. "We'll have to try to find out." After the first round of competition, the new rankings were out. Chu Luiyue was temporarily in first place, followed by Heng Jingchua, Xiao Wenling, Shi Wanwan, and Su Tingfeng. Sun Zhongyan asked in a low voice, "The first round is over, and the rankings are out. If anyone is not satisfied with their current ranking, they can continue to challenge us. If no one challenges them, their current ranking will be the final result of the Qing Jiao competition." He looked around and swept his gaze across Chu Luiyue and the others. "Now, whoever wants to challenge us, step forward." The entire square was silent. Everyone looked at the few people curiously, secretly guessing who would continue to compete. At this stage, no matter who competed with whom, it would be a bloodbath. However, the glory of being first was something that everyone yearned for. Chu Luiyue was the center of attention. Without a doubt, her position was the most tempting. Finally, someone took a step forward and stood out. Chu Luiyue seemed to sense something. She looked up and saw a smiling face. Even though that face was smiling, there was no hint of a smile in the corners of his eyes. There was only a restless ambition. Tai Yan Academy's Heng Jingchua challenges Tian Lu Academy's Chu Luiyue. Chapter 228. As expected, Heng Jingchua stood out and went for the first place. In an instant, almost everyone became excited. These two people were definitely the most eye-catching people in this Qing Jiao competition. Chu Luiyue was young, but her fighting skills were shocking. It was easy for her to win against someone of a higher level. Heng Jingchua had improved so quickly that he was not to be underestimated. Everyone was curious about who would have the last laugh when the two of them met. Under countless gazes, Chu Luiyue stood up, smiled, and nodded. "Please. I didn't expect it to be the two of us fighting in the end." Heng Jingchua cupped his hands and smiled. Chu Luiyue seemed to smile. "You should have expected this, right?" Heng Jingchua's smile froze for a moment, but it quickly disappeared. "Miss Chu, you really know how to joke. Everyone wants to win in the Qing Jiao competition. However, I didn't expect to enter the finals. I also didn't expect my final opponent to be you." Chu Luiyue could not be bothered to listen to him. Heng Jingchua obviously came prepared. He purposely hid his abilities previously and only showed his true abilities when he fought with Rong Jin. She was almost certain that he had other tricks up his sleeves. "Cut the crap. Let's begin," said Chu Luiyue as she took out the black Xian formation crystal. Heng Jingchua's eyelids twitched. Chu Luiyue's move was indeed difficult to deal with. "Isn't it bad for little Lu Yu to use her killer move the moment she goes up?" asked Bai Chen worriedly. Sun Zhongyan smiled helplessly. "What else can she do? Heng Jingchua is an advanced stage 4 warrior after all." The difference between the two of them was huge. If Chu Luiyue did not give it her all from the start, this match would end very quickly. By then, she would not even have the chance to use her killer move. However, she used too much energy just now. She definitely hasn't recovered yet. It's already very impressive that she won against City Ziyue. Even if she loses this match, she'll be second. Besides, she's not a warrior in the academy. As long as she does her best, she won't have any regrets. Bai Chen thought about it and didn't say anything else. Buddhist Lotus Formation. With Chu Luiyue's clear shout, the first layer of petals slowly bloomed. Immediately after, the second level quickly appeared. The huge Buddhist lotus appeared once again. A powerful pressure silently spread out. Chu Luiyue had used the Buddhist lotus formation twice in a row, but he had almost exhausted all of his strength. However, the power of a level 4 Xian formation was enough to deal with someone at the peak of the 4th stage. As long as he could kill Heng Jingchua with one strike, he would be able to win. Heng Jingchua looked at the Buddhist lotus that was slowly blooming and his expression turned serious. He clasped his hands slightly in front of him, and streams of origin power rapidly condensed. A round ball as bright as the moon gradually appeared in his palm. The sphere looked bright and hot, but in reality, it was bone-chilling cold. Streaks of white mist condensed and shrouded the surroundings. Even Heng Jingchua's hands were covered in a thin layer of frost. Both of them were accumulating their power. Then, Heng Jingchua made the first move and threw the sphere in his hand forward. Moon Devour. The sphere quickly flew towards Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue activated the origin power in his body. Close. The huge petals swayed gently and then closed. Just like when he was fighting with Siti Ziyue, Heng Jingchua's sphere gradually slowed down and finally fell into the Buddhist lotus formation, completely covered by the layers of petals. In the arena, only two violent forces were left fighting each other. Although the crowd couldn't see what was happening inside, they could still feel the vibrations coming from the trembling petals. Can Chu Luiyue still win this time? The Buddhist lotus formation has swallowed Heng Jingchua's power again. I don't think it's that simple. Chu Luiyue has already fought once, and now he doesn't have much energy left. The power of the Buddhist lotus formation must have weakened as well. Heng Jingchua is the same. If the Buddhist lotus formation can't stop Heng Jingchua, then Chu Luiyue will lose for sure. Chu Luiyue stared at the cluster of Buddhist lotuses. She could clearly feel that the moon devourer's power was being dissolved by the Buddhist lotus formation. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Heng Jingchua, bang. Suddenly, a soft sound came from the Buddhist lotus formation. The sound couldn't be heard clearly by others, but it immediately alerted Chu Luiyue. On one of the petals, there was a hole that was about an inch long. The reason why there was the sound of something breaking was because there was a layer of frost on the petal. As it was inside, and it was only a small area, Chu Luiyue didn't notice it previously. The layer of frost made the petal extremely weak, and it was easily broken by a force that flew out. Chu Luiyue looked carefully and suddenly realized that there was a faint black color on the edge of the broken petal. Something was wrong. Chu Luiyue was alarmed, and she felt a strong sense of uneasiness. She didn't think and immediately retreated. At the same time, she waved her wrist and threw out the crystal barrier. The transparent barrier instantly enveloped her. Almost at the same time, countless similar holes appeared on the huge Buddhist lotus. Then, the Buddhist lotus suddenly broke. Countless rays of light scattered in all directions. A violent aura swept out in all directions. The round ball reappeared in everyone's sight. Compared to the beginning, it looked smaller, but its power was still there. When the Buddhist lotus broke, it quickly flew toward Chu Luiyue. The crowd exclaimed. Chu Luiyue's Buddhist lotus formation has been broken. This time, Heng Jingchua is definitely going to win. The difference in strength is indeed difficult to overcome. Looking at the situation, Qing Han's lips curled up. Jingchua's abilities have indeed improved a lot. He can even break through a 4th-level Xian formation. Xingqian, even though your brother is injured, now that Jingchua has stepped in and won first place, it can be considered as helping Ziyue and the entire academy regain face. Situ Xingqian nodded. I wonder if Heng Jingchua can deal with Chu Luiyue like how he dealt with Rong Jin. In this competition, nobody was allowed to kill, but it was still possible to injure someone severely. Since Heng Jingchua wants to be first, he must have used all his strength against Chu Luiyue. Thinking of this, Situ Xingqian finally felt a little better. As for the crystal barrier, it won't be too late to ask about it after all this is over. Chu Luiyue looked up at the round, moon-like ball that was rapidly approaching her. The tyrannical power struck the glazed barrier, causing it to retreat. Chu Luiyue's heart suddenly jumped. Even if the crystal barrier can protect me, I'll still fail if I go out like this. She made up her mind and suddenly jumped out of the crystal barrier. She wanted to avoid that attack. However, at this moment, she suddenly saw that within the sphere, there seemed to be a faintly discernible mass of black. The sinister and cold aura made one shudder. Her heart skipped a beat. Heng Jingchua actually, mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 229. Just as Chu Luiyue was about to speak, Heng Jingchua seemed to have sensed something. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly rushed toward Chu Luiyue. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Chu Luiyue. Without hesitation, he shot out another ray of force. Chi! The force merged with the ball, and the power that had been reduced increased again. It also approached Chu Luiyue at an even faster speed. A terrifying pressure came crushing over. Chu Luiyue felt as if her chest was being crushed by a huge rock. Even breathing became difficult, let alone speaking. Her face became even paler. She was about to be hit by the moon devourer. It's over. Chu Luiyue is going to lose. Why did she suddenly come out of the crystal barrier? If she's hiding inside, she can't just stay inside. Heng Jingchua is so strong. He can definitely push her and the crystal barrier out of the arena. But this time, she really can't turn the situation around. Almost everyone was watching this scene nervously. Some were already shaking their heads in pity, as if they had already predicted the final outcome. However, at this moment, a red figure suddenly appeared in front of Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue felt an itch on her cheek. She looked over and realized that the blood ferret had come out. And it was blocking in front of her. Dumpling. Come back. Chu Luiyue was anxious. She gritted her teeth and shouted. Blood was already flowing out of the corner of her mouth. If she could rush to the front at this time, she would be able to see that Tuanzi's eyes were burning with anger. Its fur was already standing up, and it was obviously going to rush forward. Heng Jingchua narrowed his eyes and looked at the red furry thing that suddenly appeared in front of him. Blood ferret. Seeing that the blood ferret was full of hostility, he finally couldn't help but laugh. Chu Luiyue, is this your magical beast? Could it be that he was joking? Although the blood ferret was a third-grade magical beast, it had almost no combat ability. Normally, it could be played with as a pet, but in a battle like this, it would be of no help to its owner. He had thought that Chu Luiyue was very powerful, but now, it seemed that she was just a little girl with an immature mind. She didn't even have a magical beast. This blood ferret was most likely raised by her for fun, wasn't it? What a joke. Hearing his words, the hostility in Dumpling's eyes intensified. Mocking Chu Luiyue was mocking the blood ferret. The next moment, its small ass of an eyes. Its speed was extremely fast. Everyone could only see it drawing a red arc in the air. It was actually heading straight for the moon devourer. Hang twos to the end. A mantis is a mantis to stop. The power of the moon devourer was extremely powerful. This time, it was likely that it would directly take the blood ferret's life. Kill to kill it. Chu Luiyue wanted to stop it, but she couldn't say a complete word because of the pressure. Dumpling was too impulsive. Inside the moon devourer's ball was, roar. Tuanzi directly pounced on the ball that was emitting a terrible power. Chu Luiyue was stunned. That's not right. She was already out of breath from the pressure, and the blood in her body was in turmoil. How could Dumpling just rush over? How did it get over? Before she could figure it out, something even more shocking happened. Dumpling opened its mouth and bit down. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Dumpling had bitten a hole in the ball. Its cheeks were puffed up, and its head was almost as big as half its body. Crack. Crack, crack. Gulp. Along with this series of sounds, Tuanzi actually chewed and swallowed the piece of meat that it had bitten off. The huge square was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Almost everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the scene in disbelief. Even Chu Liuyue's eyes twitched. What just happened? Dumpling ate that thing. Ate it. Although it looked like a glass crystal, it wasn't. It was full of condensed force. Heng Jingchua was stunned. He had spent a lot of effort to cultivate this move. Ever since he succeeded, he had always kept it as his trump card. Once he used it, he would never lose. Something like this had never happened before. While everyone was still in a daze, Dumpling opened its mouth again and bit off another big piece. The gap on the ball was even bigger now. As it moved, the force on the ball began to deplete rapidly. Soon, it had swallowed half of the ball. Heng Jingchua started to feel uneasy. It couldn't go on like this. He didn't have time to think about what was going on with the blood ferret. He had to stop it. Or else, he quickly went forward. However, just as he moved, he realized that the blood ferret had grabbed the remaining half of the ball and ran away. As it ran, it ate the ball at an even faster speed. Crack. Crack, crack. Heng Jingchua almost went crazy when he heard the sound. His origin power was contained in it. If it was swallowed, he didn't know how long it would take for him to recover. However, he soon realized that his speed was not as fast as the blood ferret's. Thus, he could only watch as the sphere became smaller and smaller, and smaller and smaller, until, gulp, Dumpling stuffed the last bit into its mouth and swallowed it. Heng Jingchua's movements suddenly froze, and his body trembled slightly. It was gone. His force was gone just like that. Dumpling, are you okay? Chu Luyue finally recovered. She quickly went forward and looked at it nervously. Dumpling's eyes were wide open, and its body was swaying as if it couldn't stand properly. Chu Luyue was even more worried. I told you not to, burp. Dumpling suddenly let out a loud burp. Chu Luyue was speechless. Why did it look like it was drunk? Before she could react, Dumpling had already turned around and looked at Heng Jingchua. Puff! It suddenly spat out a black ball that flew toward Heng Jingchua. Heng Jingchua widened his eyes in shock. It actually spat out that thing. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 230. Heng Jingchua retreated without hesitation, trying to avoid that thing. However, Dumpling had eaten a ball of force, and her blood was boiling. She moved too quickly, and Heng Jingchua had no time to dodge. In a moment of desperation, he raised his arm in an attempt to block it. Poochie! Everyone saw a small black ball spit out from the blood ferret's mouth, and it pierced through Heng Jingchua's forearm. Red blood splattered everywhere. A bloody hole appeared on Heng Jingchua's arm. Ah! Heng Jingchua's face turned pale from the intense pain. However, compared to the pain, there was more fear on his face. He raised his injured arm with his other hand, and his whole body was trembling violently from fear. No! No! That thing could not be touched. A cold chill was spreading from the wound. Heng Jingchua's face was ashen. Then, he took out a flying knife and stabbed it into the wound, gouging it out viciously. A piece of flesh fell off. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts were filled with horror. Heng Jingchua had gouged out a piece of flesh from his arm. What is he doing? Cheng Han stood up abruptly, but he saw that Heng Jingchua did not stop. Instead, he continued to gouge out the flesh around the wound. One piece after another, and some were even attached to the skin. It looked extremely bloody and cruel. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to withstand such pain. However, Heng Jingchua seemed to have gone crazy, and he did not stop. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of the flesh on his arm had been gouged out, and the white bones were clearly visible. Jingchua. Stop right now. However, Heng Jingchua did not seem to hear him at all. His body was trembling as if he was going to gouge out the flesh from his entire arm. Some of the more cowardly people had already covered their eyes, unable to bear to watch. Even if it was a one-hit kill, it would still be more satisfying than this. His actions were even scarier than killing someone. It sent chills down everyone's spine. Ching Han looked at Chu Luiyue furiously and shouted in a low voice, "Chu Luiyue. What the hell is going on? What did you do to Jingchua?" Chu Luiyue spat out a mouthful of blood and raised his hand to wipe off the bloodstain on his lips. She felt the chaotic aura in her body gradually calm down. Only then did she look at Ching Han unhurriedly. There was a mocking smile on her lips, and there seemed to be ice condensing in her eyes. "Director Ching Han, you should ask Heng Jingchua himself. He knew very well what he had done." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ching Han pointed at Chu Luiyue with an ugly expression. "Jingchua is in this state because of you. Everyone can see it. You actually want to make a false countercharge. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation for what happened today, don't even think about leaving." Hearing this, Sun Zhongyan laughed indifferently, but the pressure on his body gradually increased. "Brother Ching Han, why can't we talk things over nicely? Why are you threatening the child?" Ching Han took a deep breath, but when he saw that Heng Jingchua had no intention of stopping, he could not suppress the anger in his heart. "Sun Zhongyan, are you trying to cover up for Chu Luiyue?" Sun Zhongyan's smile faded a little. "Lu Yu is a student of Tianlu Academy. How can I let others bully him? Ching Han, you're an elder. Before this matter is investigated, it's best that you don't speak nonsense." "Are you threatening me?" "I wouldn't dare. I'm just stating the facts." The two of them went back and forth, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Chu Luiyue hugged Dumpling in her arms. However, she saw it staring at her with a pair of dazed eyes. It tilted its head and rubbed against her palm eagerly and affectionately, as if it did not realize what earth-shattering thing it had just done. Her heart warmed. If it were not for Dumpling, she would have been in danger today. After patting Dumpling, Chu Luiyue looked at the two of them. "Elder son, this matter was caused by the student. Let the student settle it himself." Sun Zhongyan looked at her hesitantly. With Ching Han acting like this, he definitely wouldn't take things lying down. How was she going to deal with this? "All right. However, don't worry. The academy will definitely not let its students suffer." Chu Luiyue nodded. "Thank you, Elder Sunday." Ching Han waved his sleeves fiercely. "I'd like to see what kind of explanation you can give." Chu Luiyue did not immediately answer his question. Instead, she walked toward Heng Jingchua. Heng Jingchua's attention was all on his arm at this moment. He turned a deaf ear to everything else. He did not even realize that Chu Luiyue had walked in front of him. In fact, even if he knew, he could not care less. Chu Luiyue looked at him calmly, and her gaze quickly brushed past his bloody arm. She looked like she was smiling but not at the same time. "Ah, it's already stained with blood. Then, even if you cut off your entire arm, it doesn't seem to be of any use." Hearing this, Heng Jingchua's movements suddenly froze. A look of despair appeared in his eyes. How could he not know this? He was just holding on to his last hope. Bang! While he was in a daze, Chu Luiyue suddenly lifted her long leg and kicked him hard. Heng Jingchua was not prepared. At this moment, he had no intention to fight. He was directly kicked out by Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue used all her strength this time. The two of them were not far from the edge of the arena. Heng Jingchua flew out and directly out of the arena. Then, he fell hard onto the ground. His body left a deep trail of blood on the ground, which made him look particularly pitiful. Chu Luiyue! Cheng Han shouted angrily. What are you doing? Chu Luiyue's eyes curved. She smiled very politely. Oh, nothing. I just thought that since we're already at this stage, it's just right to end this competition first. After all, she still wanted to win. Cheng Han's chest felt like it was being burned by a ball of fire. He almost could not control himself and went forward to teach Chu Luiyue a lesson himself. Chu Luiyue seemed to have predicted what he was going to do. She spoke first. Director Cheng Han, don't you want to know why Heng Jingchua suddenly became like this? Please take a look again. Cheng Han turned his head to look. Heng Jingchua fell down from the arena. However, he still seemed to be immersed in that strange state. He did not have time to get up from the ground. The first thing he did was to pick up the flying dagger that was thrown to the side. He gritted his teeth. As if he had made a huge decision, he slashed the dagger at his own shoulder. It looked like he was going to cut off his entire arm. Cheng Han lifted his finger. A ray of force flew out and knocked the flying dagger out of his hand. If he lost this arm, Heng Jingchua's future path of cultivation would be filled with difficulties. However, Heng Jingchua hurriedly picked up the flying dagger. It looked like he was going to continue. Chu Luiyue's lips curled slightly. Her tone was cold. Once the 7 coldness poison comes into contact with blood, it will quickly seep into the limbs and bones. Although you seem to be helping him by stopping him like this, in reality, it's equivalent to forcing him onto the path of no return. Chapter 231. 7 Coldness Poison. Many people's expressions changed when they heard the name. Cheng Han was stunned for a moment. 7 Coldness Poison was highly toxic. Once exposed, it would spread throughout the body. After 7 days, the person would freeze to death. Could it be that Heng Jingchua was poisoned by the 7 Coldness Poison? He quickly walked towards Heng Jingchua. When he got closer, he saw that there was indeed a thin layer of black frost on his arm. On top of the badly mutilated wound, it looked especially strange. Cheng Han's heart skipped a beat. Heng Jingchua had such a big wound on his body. The 7 coldness poison must have already entered his lungs and could not be saved. He was completely done for. Cheng Han looked at Chu Luiyue furiously. Chu Luiyue. You are really vicious. How dare you poison someone in the Qing Jiao competition? Chu Luiyue sneered. Dean Cheng Han, you should take a closer look. This 7 coldness poison was obviously brought by Heng Jingchua himself. When he attacked just now, he put the 7 coldness poison in the moon devourer. He wanted to kill me without anyone noticing. He did not expect my fiend to see through his plan and turn the tables on him. He is just reaping what he sowed. How can he blame me? She glanced at Heng Jingchua coldly. I haven't held him accountable for trying to kill me. You're lying. Cheng Han immediately recalled that the blood ferret had indeed spat out a ball of black stuff that injured Heng Jingchua. Now that he thought about it, it must be the 7 coldness poison. That thing was obviously spat out from your fiend's mouth. It must be you, Dean Cheng Han, you're so forgetful. Don't you remember that my fiend spat out that thing after swallowing the ball of moon devour? Chu Luiyue patted Dumpling and said slowly. Just as you said earlier, everyone saw it clearly. Cheng Han was speechless. In fact, he had already realized that something was wrong and was starting to feel guilty. However, how could he admit it at this moment? If he admitted it, not only would Hing Jingchua, but he and the entire Tai Yen Academy would also be humiliated. They would become the laughing stock of everyone. It was a taboo to use poison in the Qing Jiao competition. Sun Zhongyan quickly stepped forward and took a closer look at Hing Jingchua. His expression turned cold. Although I'm not a celestial physician, I can still recognize 7 coldness poison. Qing Han, you better give everyone an explanation for this matter. Qing Han's face turned pale, and for a moment, he didn't know how to refute. Ah! At this moment, Hing Jingchua had already chopped off his arm. Blood splattered everywhere. He let out an extremely miserable shriek that made one's heart tremble. The square was completely silent. Even those who didn't know what the 7 coldness poison was couldn't help but feel fear when they saw this scene. They didn't dare to say a word. Amidst this awkward and tense silence, a voice suddenly sounded. Miss Chu, you keep saying that Jing Chuo brought the 7 colds poison himself. But, do you have any evidence? Chu Luiyuan narrowed his eyes. Why is this Situ Xingqian so dramatic? What has this matter got to do with her? Situ Xingqian stepped forward and said, although your blood ferret spat out the 7 coldness poison after it swallowed the moon devourer, there's no 7 coldness poison in it. What if the 7 coldness poison wasn't in the moon devourer and the blood ferret brought it with him? A strange light flashed across her eyes. If there's really no problem between you and the blood ferret, why did you leave the crystal barrier despite knowing that the moon devourer was powerful? Eldest Princess Situ, your question is interesting. I'm clearly the one who was harmed, but you want me to prove my innocence. Chu Luiyuan knitted his brows. Situ Xingqian calmly said, Jing Chua is powerful. Jing Chua is very powerful. He is more than 1 level higher than you. He can win against you no matter how he fights. Why would he use such a despicable method? Chu Luiyuan laughed out loud when she heard this. It seems like eldest Princess Situ doesn't want to admit that I won against Situ Ziyue earlier. If I didn't see wrongly, he's still resting behind you. It's hard for him to even stand up. Situ Xingqian's expression changed slightly. It's fine to talk about other things, but Chu Luiyue is clearly humiliating me on purpose when he talks about my brother. That's just, since I can win against Situ Ziyue, why can't I win against Hing Jingchua? As for why he used such a method when he's so strong, only he knows. Chu Luiyue's lips curved up slightly, and he revealed a meaningful smile. After all, he even did something to Rong Jin. Once this sentence came out, it was no different from a clap of thunder. After being dazed for a while, everyone was in an uproar. Chu Luiyue's words clearly meant, Lu Yu, is what you said true? Asked Sun Zhongyan anxiously with tightly knitted brows. He was also poisoned. If you don't believe me, you can go and check. Oh, Director Qing Han and eldest Princess Situ should also take a look, in case you say that we did something in secret. Chu Luiyue generously lifted his chin. He's still over there. Sun Zhongyan and the rest hurriedly walked over. Zhuo Rong, who was looking after Rong Jin, was confused. 7 coldness poison. I didn't notice it. Xian Zhang rushed over first and grabbed Rong Jin's wrist again as his expression became increasingly solemn. He had already checked Rong Jin's pulse once, but he didn't find anything. It was the same this time. What did Chu Luiyue say? He turned around hesitantly. Sun Zhongyan hurriedly asked, how is it? Xian Zhang and Zhuo Rong fell silent. Sun Zhongyan's heart sank. At this point, Qing Han had already walked over. He glanced at the unconscious Rong Jin and coldly shouted, why are you still here? Isn't he fine? How is he poisoned? Chu Luiyue, even if you're lying, you can't say something that can't be exposed so easily, right? What else do you have to say now? Chu Luiyue looked at Zhuo Rong. Teacher Zhuo Rong, please cut Rong Jin's finger. Zhuo Rong didn't know what was going on, but he still did as he was told. A silver light flashed, and a wound appeared on Rong Jin's finger. Red blood quickly seeped out. But soon, the blood droplet quickly condensed and was covered with a thin layer of black frost. Zhuo Rong was shocked. It's indeed 7 coldness poison. Everyone was shocked. Qing Han's words were stuck in his throat. Xian Zhang went closer and carefully checked before saying, it's indeed 7 coldness poison. It's definitely 7 coldness poison. It's just that the dosage is very small, so it can't be seen from the outside. As he spoke, guilt and self-blame grew in his heart. We actually didn't notice it earlier. If we let the 7 coldness poison spread, Rong Jin would have died. Zhuo Rong hurriedly took out a pill and fed it to Rong Jin. Even though it couldn't cure the poison, it could temporarily suppress it. Even Sun Zhongyan was a little scared. Rong Jin was the crown prince after all. If something really happened to him, the academy couldn't escape the blame. Chu Luiyue looked at Qing Han and Situ Xingqian. The person who fought with Rong Jin just now was Hing Jingchue. Could it be that the 7 colds poison in his body was also sent by me through the air? Love Network has a much better reading experience. Chapter 232. Qing Han was speechless. The 7 coldness poison in Rong Jin's body was the best evidence. Even if he wanted to refute, he could not think of a single word at this point. He only felt embarrassed. This was even more so for Situ Xingqian. Previously, she was the one who suspected Chu Luiyue, and she was also the one who asked Chu Luiyue to take out the evidence. Now, everything was clear. Countless pairs of eyes landed on her, making her feel uneasy. So Rong Jin was poisoned too. This must be Hing Jingchue's doing. Yeah. Chu Luiyue never interacted with Rong Jin from the start to the end. How could it be her? I knew it. Rong Jin and Hing Jingchue are clearly of the same level, so how could Hing Jingchue win so easily? It turns out that he used such despicable means. I think that he might not have won the previous competitions with his true abilities. I really don't know how Tai Yan Academy teaches people to do such a thing. Also, Situ Xingqian has been speaking up for her academy's people from the start. Hing Jingchue clearly did something wrong, but she's suspicious. Rumors say that she's understanding, generous, and smart. Why can't I tell? Hey! It's just a rumor. You'll only know if it's true when you see it. Don't you think that she seems to be targeting Chu Luiyue? Could it be that Chu Luiyue offended her because he argued with her the day before? That's hard to say. After all, she's the high and mighty eldest princess. All sorts of discussions were like sharp knives that harshly pierced her body, making her feel extremely embarrassed and in pain. Situ Xingqian had been pampered since she was young. Even her father had never flared up at her. When had she ever been criticized like this? Situ Xingqian felt her face burning, and she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Qing Han, your student used such despicable means to win in the Qing Jiao competition. Don't you have an explanation? Said Sun Zhongyan coldly with a solemn expression. That's right. The nature of this matter is very bad. We can't let it go just like that. Fu Yunshan, who had been sitting at the side and watching the competition, finally expressed his stance with an equally solemn expression. Previously, someone from Nanfeng Academy had also fought with Hing Jingchue. Besides, who knew if there was anyone else besides Hing Jingchue who was doing this? The two of them interrogated Qing Han, causing him to feel extremely embarrassed. I don't know about this either. You are the dean, and he is a student of your academy. Whether you know it or not, you have to take responsibility for this matter, right? Sun Zhongyan interrupted him. Qing Han felt extremely sullen in his heart. He really didn't know. If he had known, he would never have let Hing Jingchua come. Furthermore, he wouldn't speak up for him. Just now, he thought that Tai Yen Academy would still be the #1 warrior this year. However, in the blink of an eye, not only did they lose the #1 spot, but they even became the target of public criticism. In a moment of desperation, he could only look at Hing Jingchua and scold him. "Speak. Where did you get this from?" The 7 colds poison was not a poison that ordinary people could obtain. Hing Jingchua didn't come from a prestigious family and had always kept a low profile in school. This 7 coldness poison really came out of nowhere. However, Hing Jingchua ignored Ching Han. He just lay on the ground, curled up into a ball, and trembled all over. "Speak." Ching Han wanted to walk over and kick him, but he remembered that he had the 7 coldness poison in his body and stopped in his tracks. Hing Jingchua still didn't respond. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. He suddenly thought of something and walked over to Hing Jingchua. "Lu Yu. Be careful." Sun Zhongyan hurriedly shouted. Chu Luiyue shook his head, indicating that he didn't need to worry. He took a few more steps forward and took a closer look. When he took a look, his expression changed slightly. "He's dying." "What?" Everyone was shocked. Sun Zhongyan and Fu Yunshan immediately went forward. They saw that Hing Jingchua's broken arm had already frozen, and it had even spread to his entire face. The poison had taken effect. At this stage, there was only death for him. He would die soon, and there was no way to save him. Why did the poison take effect so quickly? Fu Yunshan frowned and asked. There should still be poison in his body. It was triggered by the 7 coldness poison, so Sun Zhongyan's words cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. If that was the case, it proved that Hing Jingchua was under someone's orders. But in his current state, they would definitely not be able to find out who was behind this. Fu Yunshan was a little anxious. Is there no way to save his life first? Once we find out. Before he could finish, Hing Jingchua's body suddenly trembled violently. He let out a painful whimper between his lips and teeth. It was like a cry of despair in the dark night. It sent chills down everyone's spines. Soon, his movements gradually quieted down. Finally, there was no more sound. Fu Yunshan and Sun Zhongyan looked at each other, their eyes filled with worry. Chu Luiyue had already accepted this fact. He gently comforted Dumpling, who was in his arms, and fell into deep thought. No wonder Hing Jingchua was so flustered when he was injured. He was not only worried about the 7 coldness poison, but he was also worried that it would trigger the other poisons in his body. The other poisons must be something that the person behind him used to control him. In the end, he was just a pawn. But who was the person behind him? There was no need for that person to come in first place in the Qing Jiao competition. What was the reason? Fu Yunshan thought for a while and said, although he's already dead, if we can find out what the poison in his body is, we might be able to gain something. Ching Han, you won't object to this, right? What could Ching Han say? He could only agree. Since things have already come to this, we should naturally discuss this together. We can also use this opportunity to clear Tai Yen Academy's name. He did not want his reputation to be tarnished because of Hing Jingchua. However, at that moment, a black fog suddenly emerged from Hing Jingchua's body. Cold. Sinister. Chu Luiyue felt a strong sense of uneasiness. In the next moment, the black fog quickly spread and enveloped Hing Jingchua completely. Then, his body started to corrode at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, his corpse transformed into a pool of blood on the ground and completely disappeared. The black fog also dissipated and disappeared without a trace. Only the messy bloodstains on the ground were left, indicating what had just happened. Digression: I went out for a day yesterday and accidentally fell asleep at night. Today's update will be updated at around midnight. I did not update on time, so I owe you one. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.